storm, not
Yes, it's a small, it's just a sample of a
example.
We're
storm.
on.
And
Yeah,
we're on.
We're
Good.
on.
Okay,
Yes.
Thank you, Mace.
thank you, Mace.
yeah.
Go ahead, Karam, start.
Okay.
هاي delayed ايش belated start.
Edited.
Okay, recording in progress. Hello, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. We are starting Doctors Against Genocide webinar. We had a little bit of technical difficulties, but fortunately, Mesa is here for the rescue, so we are grateful for that. We will have a film screening today at 1 p.m. It is very anticipated. Inshallah, we will have a good viewership. We will have the director and the doctor, Dr. Fedaa, who is, the film is based on her life as a pediatrician in Gaza. Dr. Kareem El Damanhoury, the director, who is also a professor at University of Denver, Colorado, is joining us. We will have Dr. Sara El Solh. Dr. Sara is a doctor. She's also an anthropologist, and she will talk to us about her recent article at BMJ about the torture in the Israeli prisons. So it is a very important medical document that is published in a medical journal, and it is a testimony that adds to the evidence against Israel in the case of genocide against the Palestinian people. We will also hear from Dr. Yipeng, and hopefully Dr. Jirmanus will also join us. And they will talk about the recent American Public Health Association meeting in DC. Several of our members were also there. We will hear from Gaza at the beginning, and from Congo, and from Sudan, if we can. And welcome everyone. Inshallah, this will be an informative and a call to action for us. We are also going to Washington, D.C. on Wednesday. It will be one of the largest Doctors Against Genocide contingency this time. A lot of our members are coming, new members are coming, families with their kids are coming. And we are going to Washington, D.C. because even though we have a ceasefire in Gaza, we are still not done with the genocide that is being carried on by other means of deprivation of shelter and deprivation of food and medical care. So our work as a medical community that dedicated to ending genocide has not stopped at all. So we urge you to continue organizing, continue activism, continue advocacy, and never let go, because there are people who rely on us speaking up for them, and that is very important. Welcome everyone, and Nidal, maybe you can introduce Iyad.
Thank you. Thank you, Karama. So thank everyone for coming, and unfortunately we don't have good news to share. Everything is getting worse. The genocide in Gaza continues by other means. Now they're using the starvation, the lack of shelter. They're using the weather as a weapon of war and weapon of annihilation. The situation in Sudan is getting worse, unfortunately. Winter is coming in all these areas and will make things more complicated. So we're going to start with updates from our colleague Iyad Amawi from Gaza, the latest updates on the situation and the weather storm, a small weather storm that hit Gaza the past few days. And despite the fact that this was just a minor early storm of the season, it caused a lot of
Yeah.
Can you who's this? Maisa, can you mute, please, Maisa?
Yes,
So
yes, sorry.
just mute your phone, please.
How are you guys?
Good. Thank you,
How
Maisa.
are you?
We are already starting the webinar. Please mute. Okay, thank you. So Iyad, go ahead
Yeah.
with the latest update.
Inshallah. Assalamu alaikum. I hope you are well. يعني, at the beginning, really, I miss you and your unwavering support, which has been with us since the very first moment. Dr. Nidal and Dr. Maisa, Dr. Karama, Dr. Dania, everyone in his name and the positions. Thank you so much for your interest and for your continuity. Really, we feel and appreciated your efforts with us, even thought the long distance between us. But what I will discuss is a description of the situation from another perspective, genocide and the torture of people through prolonging the suffering and delaying relief. The humanitarian catastrophe and embedded aid, as you mentioned, Dr. Nadal, it's a small storm hit Gaza, and they still aid delaying. There is no other explanation for the continuous prolongation and delay of humanitarian aid entry, nor for the obstruction and suspension of reactivating UNRWA's full capacity. This is delaying people's treatment and extending their suffering. And also unkept promises. More than a month has passed since the ceasefire agreement signed, yet the humanitarian reality has not changed in a way that satisfies the people of Gaza or the outside world, like us, like you, like free people. What's happening is mere procrastination of the promises and inability to statement that can be described the situation here. They just prolonging the suffering by preventing the winter tents. A blockade, also only one gate remains open for aid entry, Dr. Nidal, into the strip, with another way was open 2 days ago under severe restrictions, the Zakim gate under severe restrictions. What we understand as a residents of Gaza is that a complete and total siege is being imposed. Only certain items are allowed to prevent international public opinion from being activated again over the issue of famine, which all other suffering remains. Winter and collapsed infrastructure also, Dr. Nidal. Tent crisis, people are soaked from rainwater penetrating most tents here in Gaza. According to organizations, 19,000 tents were brought in, but they were summer tents, unsuitable for winter, lacking the necessary slope on the roofs to prevent leakage. Flooding, and also we will talk about flooding. Thousands of families have had their tents flooded. This is compounded by sewage water in the street, a result of the lack of infrastructure to absorb even moderate rainfall, and also flood fears. In normal times, infrastructure barely met needs. And you can imagine how can it cope today with the destruction of homes and infrastructure? We face a real threat of a flash flood. If the strong storm will hit us in the next few weeks, I cannot imagine what our next position will be. And call for repair. This fears must stop. We are not just asking for tents. We demand reconstruction, repair of roads, and repair of the infrastructure urgently. And also, we talk about obstruction of equipment. Thousands of trucks are piled up at the crossings. They allow certain types of aid while rejecting others, and devices like solar power systems and batteries are banned. This is ban is clear for me and for all of our people here. They don't want to allow any tools that might ease people's lives under the pretext of dual use, and also the prolonging economic and financial siege. Bank account freeze and economic siege prevents Palestinian families from managing their affairs. Citizens' bank accounts are being frozen and electronic wallets are being shut down. Surprisingly, there is no real reason for that. Banning cash entry also. The entry of cash currency is banned up to this moment, and the mandatory authority is not moving to stop this travesty. Dealing with the worn currency. A citizen who goes to the market with a few shekels can only buy after inspecting the cash to see if it's worn or torn, and many vendors refuse to accept it. You can imagine in my speech, previous webinars, we exhausted for more than 10 up to 20 times for the displacement bad trips There is no cash with people. There is no ability. There is no food. There is no clothes. And also the storm hit us and completely destroyed what's we have, the remaining things with the people. Slow death and forced displacement, managing the crisis for slow death. What we are seeing is the management of famine and management of slow death and the management of economic crisis. Only commercial trucks are allowed to enter. Most the number of the commercial trucks, you can touch the important things, knowing well that people have no cash to buy goods. Forcing displacement also, there is no justification for banning everything from batteries to solar panels to nutritious foods, except that they want to force people to immigrate and flee Gaza under the weight of psychological, humanitarian, and catastrophe pressure. Also, dismantling Gaza, there is a clear plan to divide Gaza into zones. Up to this time, they prevent any a piece of cement or huge machinery to reopen roads and to rebuild and to repair or fixing infrastructure. And they just need to prevent rebuilding by dividing Gaza to two zones under the security pattern, the green zone, and leave 2.5 million in the west crammed into a confined space without infrastructure or economic empowerment. Their plan is very clear for us. They need to begin rebuilding Gaza from the east part under the occupation control. This is the new plan for them, and to prevent rebuilding in the western part of the Gaza. A different kind of death is still committing. The coming disaster will be from rainwater and sewage. This is time people will die not from rockets, but from water pumps created by the occupation's destruction of everything. The global conscience, Dr. Nidal and my colleagues, the global campaigns against the economic and humanitarian genocide and against preventing the sick from leaving for treatment. Thousands of children still waiting for months. They must continue to kill us by this way. They need to expel us. They need to force us to be displaced here from all of the Gaza Strip. The gates must be opened unconditionally and without restrictions for the entry of trucks and the UNRWA to operate at full capacity to save lives. There is no reason to just suspend UNRWA works. They need to kill us slowly by the winter, by flooding, by the famine. There is no economical empowerment for the families to buy what they need. This is very important notes. We have more than 250,000 people lose their jobs here. From the beginning of the genocide, more than 500,000 people, they lost their work. So you can imagine how those people can manage their daily life, how they can provide their children with their needs. Depending over the food parcel, it's not enough. It's not a solution. And also, there is no any dignity to provide Palestinian people in Gaza with a summer tent. We need a special perspectives, special tents for a winter, with a strong shelters, with a strong nylons that prevent water to invade our tents here. From my testimonies, I take a lot of rounds, especially at last night between tents. Really, I witnessed, I recorded a horrible testimonies from people. Maybe you watch some of it in Instagram or YouTube. Our people still cry, orphans still cry, children still cry. There is no real solution. There is no tangible action taking place over the ground that can reduce the catastrophe. We start talking about another phase, another stage of genocide. They need to show for every Palestinian here in Gaza, okay, you still have a resilience in Gaza. We will siege you. We will prevent nutritious food. We will prevent tents, and we will let you choose a death. It's a better than still live in these conditions. So we must be aware. Their new plan, it's very clear for us. They prevent the real relief to entering Gaza with no restrictions. They just put false clarifications to prevent winter tents? And also, what's the position? What's the opinion about mobile homes? Where is the mobile homes? They agreed with the Palestinian sides and the mediators. They will let mobile homes entering Gaza without restriction from the first moment of the agreement. Up to this time, there is no real implementation for the humanitarian protocols. No one can accept this situation by this way. So, my colleagues, Dr. Nadal, and all of my colleagues, we must continue to mobilize, to talk about the suffering, about another phase of genocide. Really, our children here will lose their life with stability, with their minds as a father and mother. We haven't ability, economical ability, to continue our life with this inflations and prices and with this shrinking areas. And there's no tangible fixing for the infrastructure, and no one can see what's the position of the street. When you walk around the tents, you're just flooded by the smell, by the sand, by the water, by the sewage water. It's a really bad environment, infectious environment. I have fears. We must work to prevent and control infections in this environment. And also the mountain of sewage between us here. No real treatment for this. No in the intervention from the municipalities, because they lose most of their huge machinery to process this waste and mountain of wastes. I know in the west part of the Zawaida village, a long waste mountain for more than 15 meters, up to 20 meters. You can imagine what's the infections and what the reflections over our children and our underground waters, under our environment. They will cause a death by a lot of ways. This is their new plan. I hope we will continue. I trust in you. We will not give up. We still here in Gaza, and we need all of the world and international community support to stay here. What they need to commit, they need to expel us, like what's happening with the South Africa when they expelled 180 Palestinians under hidden reason, under hidden procedures. So we must prevent that by relieving Gaza, by rescuing our children, by real entering for AIDS without restrictions. Enough is enough, Dr. Nidal. Thank you for your
Thank you.
patience and for your listening.
Thank you for this update. Unfortunately, it's painful, and what makes it worse is that it's all intentional, it's all deliberate, it's not due to a natural disaster or lack of resources. We all know that UNRWA and other NGOs and the UN and many other organizations have all the supplies, the tents, the shelter that Gaza needs, and the food right there on the border. This is all by design, continuation of the genocide by other means, by making the life impossible for the people of Gaza and breaking their soul and forcing them to leave by any means. Um, we are trying. We have to continue the pressure. Please, everyone, continue the pressure. Unfortunately, this, whatever they call ceasefire agreement, was intended to silence the global outcry that is, supporting the end of the genocide, and many people felt some sense of relief that things are good, but it is not good. They are continuing by other means. If you are a genocidal maniac and country and nation and army, you don't overnight switch and become, a very moral entity. So they are trying every way they can to continue to make the life there miserable. Please continue the pressure with your elected officials. We are going to DC this Wednesday to exactly and precisely advocate for this. Unimpeded full humanitarian support should be allowed into Gaza, open all the crossings, the food, the tents, the shelter. Winter is coming. Uh, in the meantime, we are trying our best to help. Please, we need donations. IAD is starting a winter campaign to buy winter clothes and blankets for the children in Gaza. Our colleague is also starting a winter campaign to buy blankets for the medical students and their families. So we need a lot of help, a lot of campaign, while we are applying the pressure to allow other organizations to let in the aid that's there on the border. So in the meantime, we need your help. We need fundraisers. We hate to ask for money, but unfortunately we need it. And IAD and others are trying to buy from the local market what they can. Unfortunately, as Iyad mentioned, the only few trucks that they're allowing, which is a total of 150 trucks, compared to the 600 trucks that they agreed to. So those 150 trucks that they are allowing are mostly going to commercial trucks, not free. People are not getting stuff for free. They have to pay for it, and people in Gaza don't have money. They have been undergoing genocide for 2 years, so we need to help them, and we need to continue the pressure. I want to also welcome our colleague our colleague John. John, thank you for coming. Welcome back. Alhamdulillah salami, John. Our colleague John went to the West Bank last month or 6 weeks ago. He was refused entry into the West Bank by Israel. He was detained there for more than 12 hours, and that caused some health problems for him. He underwent surgery, and he's recovering. And Alhamdulillah salami. I hope we wish you and we pray for a speedy recovery for you. We want to hear from you a few minutes, John, before we continue, please. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it was quite the ordeal. Long flight over, 4 hours of intermittent interrogation by about 10 different agents of immigration and customs, and then uh, 10 hours of detention. Uh, it was scary very much at first because they took me out of the main part of the airport to through many locked doors to a room way out of the way where I had no idea where I was. And uh, they just let me stay there. I needed some medication. I wasn't allowed to have it for a long time. Eventually got it when I threatened them that if they didn't give it to me, they would have to keep me much longer and not be able to deport me. And then they allowed me to have some medication. Um, yeah, it was interesting. I thought I was through at first because, I told them I wanted to do a number of things, which I did, in fact, want to do while I was in Palestine and Israel. Didn't tell them the whole story of wanting to join colleagues, Israelis, Palestinians, and internationals all working together to protect people with unarmed methods in the Jordan Valley. And thought I had a pretty good case. I knew I had a high social media profile, and ultimately that's what got me rejected. Just they showed me pictures of me with you all. They showed pictures of my protest last year at the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem. They were very nice for the first 3 or 4 layers, and by the time I got to the final guy, he was quite mean, and he was trying to impress other people in the room. And boy, there's 2 questions I really wanted to ask him. Is this kind of appropriate to talk about this sort of thing at this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I wanted to say, one, why did you just spend 4 hours and all this money and time of yours interrogating me when you could have just looked at my Google search in 40 seconds? And then I saw this picture of Netanyahu on the wall, and I said, how is it that you guys can keep working for this guy who, with a $24 billion defense budget, couldn't protect his country any better than this? How can he possibly still be in office and you still serving him? I really wanted to say that, and I was prepared to take the consequences of that, which I might have been rough. But the team I was to join asked me not to give away any of what they're doing just yet. And so I just clammed up. And after they asked me about 6 times, what are you really doing here? And I kept talking about the tourism and archaeology and all that I did want to follow. I just said, I have nothing more to say. And that's when they locked me up for 10 hours. Um, I do want to, thank you all for doing this. Just so great to see this much energy out there and to make a pitch for the kind of work that's being done in the West Bank by these coalitions of people who, like I have, tried to practice this unarmed protection against really mean people. I've been able to do it in the front lines of Ukraine and in Haiti and in Colombia. But the toughest place in the world I can think of right now is really the West Bank, because all the tenets of unarmed protection that we've practiced for the last 30 years include establishing relationships on both sides if you can, and appealing to people's humanity and appealing to the higher authority. Even the worst people in the world, even the Israelis and people making war, always claim a righteousness that they have to do this. It's for everybody's good. We want safety, we want peace, but our enemies are so bad that we just have to do this. And that doesn't apply to the settlers for the most part. These people have been given weapons. We've heard testimony from people in this group that there are literally young men that are in the forefront of these settlements and these outposts they do, that are only there because they said they would be denied their psychiatric medicines if they weren't allowed there. Heard more than one testimony of that. And just to think, a lot of the settlers are just people who got a free deal and cheap housing in a nice place in the West Bank, right? Just bribed by our tax dollars, of course. But these other folks that they're putting out, these young kids that, how we know how men in particular undeveloped brains until they're 25. And you throw in some mental illness and then tell them they have a mission for the good of their country and give them a gun. And this team I was to join is some of the best people in the world. How they're dealing with that, I was really anxious to see. So I was a bit disappointed to have to come back. But then I see some of the same stuff being done on the streets of my own hometown. So there's just a lot of good in the world, a lot of people doing a lot of good stuff, and you're right on the forefront. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, John. It was really a pleasant surprise to see you. We're gonna have more extended discussion with you once you recover. It's just good to see you. Welcome back, and inshallah, maybe next week or the week after, we will have longer discussion about the experience that you had. And I don't know if you can make it to DC, but if not, maybe we can do a Zoom with you. You can join us by Zoom. Maisa, so thank you, John. We'll hear more from you next week or the week after. Maisa, you wanted to share the video about, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, John, and welcome back. Before I share the video, I just wanted to thank Iyad as well. Iyad and I worked together on a press release. He specifically shared with us the needs from the ground. So this release is going to be distributed tomorrow. We'll send it through email, through press media outlets. So we would really appreciate if you can amplify and share with any of your media contacts. Obviously in preparation as well for the Day on the Hill. As Nidal mentioned, the needs are immense. The supplies are limited, but there are still some supplies, and we are raising funds aggressively, obviously, to do what we can to fulfill some needs. So thank you for that, Iyad. If it's okay.
Thank you for your efforts. Yani.
No problem. I'm just going to share a quick video
Sure.
that we put together just to highlight some of our current campaigns. And I'll also share the link for donations.
On behalf of Doctors Against Genocide, we're honored to stand with Gaza's medical students in this time of hardship. Today, Doctors Against Genocide has sponsored 200 medical students and their families with food parcels, ensuring that they have the support they need to continue their journey. Supporting these medical students isn't only about survival. Supporting these medical students is supporting healthcare, the future of healthcare in Gaza.
About the possible stability.
everyone. This is the Let's Act Together team. We are in Shasha, in Masisi territory, Republic of Congo, Democratic Republic of Congo. We managed to come here today to support children. Most of them are very sick of malnutrition, as you can see in the videos, and so many are wounded. They had no access to basic health care, but with the support of Doctors Against Genocide and all the partners, we managed to bring to them some kit of medicines that were supporting them. We also came here with a great support from the different partners so that we make sure their lives also are saved. Because of your different donations, these people have been treated, these people are getting hope, and they're getting hope. So I believe together with all of us, we will make their lives better. Thank you.
دارين تقروا مدرسة؟ احنا دارين مدرسة ودارين لنا كشافة. دارين لهم كشافات بتاع نور يعني. وانتوا قارين ناس بتاع نيانجور مش؟ بتاع بنايرة. وتاني دارين شنو؟ دارين حمامات. وتاني؟ دارين بطاطين ومشمات مش؟ وانت دارين شنو؟ بطانية مش؟ خلاص نجيب لك. وتاني؟ وداني الدنيا ليه هنا؟ نعم ملابس بس أول شيء قدام خلاص بجيكم يا كده.
Thank you, Maisa.
Everyone, I'll just share the link in the chat.
Okay, so as you can see, again, we hate asking for money. We are not good fundraisers, but unfortunately, the need is huge. Multiple projects in Gaza, in West Bank, in Sudan, in Congo. And again, the projects are getting even more and more. The need is getting more. It's more urgent. It's life-saving. Lives are on the line. Please try all what you can. Donate. Share the links with your friends, with your groups, with your institutions. Anyone can donate. Will make a difference. If we can help one family, two families, a student, a child, an elderly person, we are opening new medical points. We are starting a new program for wound care for the people in tents because they don't have transportation to come to the hospital. So we're sending nurses to their tents to do their wound care. That's also another new project. There's so many things that needs to be done, and none of it can be done without your help. Now we know that we have the film screening at 1 o'clock, so we only have 15 minutes left. I want to hear from our colleague in Congo and from Dr. Shahinaz from Sudan. Is she still with us, Shahinaz? I'm not sure, but yeah, let's hear from Elvis from Congo. If you have any updates, Elvis, are you with us? Elvis? No, I think he's not. Elvis, are you there? So Elvis Katato is one of our partners. They do projects. They help children there in Congo for the genocide there, and also help victims of sexual violence that's happening there due to the genocide. Another group in Congo is, as you saw in the video, is helping with providing medications and medical care for affected communities. In Sudan, the need is huge. One of the projects we are starting is building a sanitation unit for a large displaced camp there to prevent or to kind of control the outbreaks of cholera and infectious disease in that area. So the demand for there is huge. Yeah, Elvis is here. Elvis, if you want to share, please, a few minutes before we start the screening, we want to hear from you, from your friends in Congo on the ground. If you have any updates, please.
Thank you very, very much, and good evening to everyone, and good afternoon, depending on where you are. Sorry, I'm just traveling a little bit. The update that we have at the moment is on the 83 women that we have been supporting. Before I go to the update, I know I don't have much time. I would say thanks to Dr. Against Genocide for all the support that we have been receiving. The support has helped us to go and touch many families. And the latest group that we have been seeing is a group of women and their children who were living in two different houses, and the families were about 83. They were visited by soldiers, and the majority of them were sexually assaulted on that night. And we went to see them. We identified their needs, and now we are working on a return back home. So last week we managed to send 60 women and their families. The rest, we are planning how to organize their trip back to their villages, but we have a new challenge. The new challenge is some of the women want to leave their kid with us. There is a project, a very small project that Ubuntu run. That project support 33 orphan, and those orphan were coming from a displacement camp that we were supporting a few months ago. And they were around 350 malnourished and orphan children. And when the war broke out in February, in end of March, end of January, beginning of February, we lost all of them. All of them. We only rescue the 32. So we are looking after, since February, we've been looking after those 32 children. They are orphan. We provide shelter, healthcare, and also education, because all of them attend school now. So we've got a good number of women who want to leave their babies back before they go to their villages, because they can't afford anything. They can't provide food, they can't provide security, they can't provide shelter. They are asking us if it's possible to look after the babies. For the people who have been following the news, yesterday or the day before yesterday, the government in Kinshasa has signed peace deal with the rebels, promising that they will be opening the airport very soon for humanitarian aid. But as we all know, until we get to that point, the crisis is at the highest level. People are dying from lack of food. Children, the majority of children are malnourished in the region. There is no, as you can see, the work with the other organization, Agissons Ensemble, act together. They are supplying medication to hospitals, to clinics, to villages, because there is no access to healthcare. There is no medical support. There is nothing for the team. So basically, we are focusing this time on trying to help the rest of the women to go back to their villages, but also we are planning to see if there is any way we can accommodate about 9 children to the orphanage that we are running. So once again, thank you very much for the help and the support that you continue giving to the Congolese people and the Congolese displaced families and women. The numbers are still high in hospitals where we go to pay the bills. We are continuing paying the bills for the women, the new mothers, and their babies. That is the update from us. We are hoping that we're going to continue supporting the people all over the world where genocide is. And also, thanks for supporting Congo.
Thank you, Elvis, for the update. I hope whatever they signed yesterday will result in material improvement for the situation on the ground. But as you said, the need's still big, and we unfortunately, from our experience in Palestine, we cannot trust these political actors. And until something good happens, we have to continue to provide for the affected communities. Again, everyone needs, again, donations, please. A reminder for donations. We need your help. Those communities need your help in Congo, in Sudan, in Gaza. Just today, we have a community of individuals with disabilities in Gaza. We were able to distribute 1,028 parcels of food to 1,028 disabled individuals and their families today. It was really good. We can share the pictures with you, but it's similar to the ones that we shared earlier. But unfortunately, the prices of food are very, very high in Gaza now because we have to buy it from the market at higher price. So any help you can provide, we will put it to good use and help the families and the individuals there. Again, we have 10 minutes before we start the screening. I don't see the director here yet. Is Dr.
Maybe Maisa from Jenin can give us an update.
Yeah, let me see 1 second. Shahinaz is not here with us. Yeah, Dr. Shahinaz. Okay. Okay, yeah. Maisa from Jenin, West Bank. Maisa, are you there?
She left? Maybe she's no longer there.
Okay. Can you share some of the pictures that we got from the disability group, Maisa, or it's gonna take you time? They
No, I
just
can.
shared the group, please.
In 2
Yeah.
seconds, yes.
The distribution that they did today and last week. So again, we need to increase the political pressure. Unfortunately, the genocidal regime is hitting on multiple fronts to make life miserable for the Palestinian people. In the West Bank, they are threatening the Masafir Yatta people with evacuation, demolition of their homes. This is going to be one of our demands to ask our politicians to call the Israeli ambassador and the American ambassador in Israel to step in and stop these demolitions because these people already have some houses and they want to demolish them and throw them out in the street in the winter time for no reason, illegally, ethnically cleansing them out of their homes. And the settler violence is rampant all across the West Bank, as John mentioned. Um, so one of the immediate asks is going to ask our politicians to demand a stop on these demolition orders in Masafir Yatta and Qaryat Al Khair, and also to punish the settlers who are burning churches, burning mosques, burning vehicles. Last week, they burned one of the biggest yogurt manufacturers in the West Bank. Business and the economy in the West Bank is terrible as is due to Israeli restrictions and Israeli control. But even the few businesses that are able to survive through all this, the settlers are going there and burning, putting the whole factory on fire with its vehicles, its machines, and just making life worse and worse by the day. We unfortunately in the West, our governments, whether in Europe or the Canada or United States, are the countries that are supporting all of this. They are the ones who are supporting Israel, and Israel is the one that's supporting these settlers. Many Western NGOs, non-profit NGOs, are using our money, tax deductible money, tax-free money, to build settlements, to take more land. Many of these settlers are American and Canadian and European people. So these are our fellow citizens, unfortunately, who are going there, committing these crimes and stealing land that is not theirs and causing life. This is the distribution that we did today, and another one was done 2 days ago. This was in Gaza City. Again, we have a community of 1,028 families. 800 of them are visually displaced. 200 of them are visually disabled, and 200 of them are mobility disabled. 200 of them have mental disability. So the total was 1,000 families. We are expanding this group because this group, like children and people with disabilities, usually are the most vulnerable because they, on top of all the difficulties that everyone in Gaza is living through, these people with disabilities are having it worse. So they deserve special help and extra leave, extra care because they cannot provide for themselves even in the good days. So imagine their situation now. And again, winter drive is very important now with the situation. Uh, winter is here, and people with all torn tents that are actually not designed to be winter tents, flooded with water, and people and children wake up in the middle of the night drenched in water in their tents and have no other way and other place to go. We need pressure on the international community, on the whatever the mediators of the what they call ceasefire and peace, to honor their agreement to allow winter suitable tents and shelter and mobile homes to get in. Please keep up the pressure. And I think we have Dr. Kareem El Damanhoury for the movie screening. Dr. Kareem is here. أهلا وسهلا.
هلا فيك.
Let
Thank you
me
very much.
نحكي Egyptian now. ازيك؟
الحمد
We're
لله.
switching to Egyptian now. ازيك يا راجل؟ شو أخبارك؟
الحمد لله بخير. ازي
I
حضرتك؟
need I need Iyad to help me with this because he's good with the Egyptian accent. أهلا وسهلا فيك. كيف أنت؟
الحمد لله بخير. ازي حضرتك؟
الله يخليك. الحمد لله. We're really happy and honored to have you, and thank you for all the great work. So Dr. Kareem El Damanhoury is a professor in Denver, you said?
University of Denver. Yep.
University of Denver, and he is also a multimedia specialist. He managed to direct a documentary with one of the doctors in Gaza about, the experience that she went through in the past 2 years of genocide. Uh, since Dr. Kareem knows all about it, I'm not going to say much. I'm going to give you the opportunity, Dr. Kareem, to please introduce yourself in more detail and the work that you did. And we are ready for the screening whenever you are. أهلا وسهلا دكتور كريم.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for hosting the film. I actually just texted Dr. Fedaa the link so that she can join us. She'll be joining us from Deir al-Balah in central Gaza. So I just want to make sure that she's in before we can start the film. But yeah, as Dr. Nadal was saying, I'm Egyptian born and raised, and I'm a journalist by training. I worked in Egypt in the midst of the Arab Spring, and then I moved to the US for my grad studies, and I've been working in journalism as well. And yeah, this documentary was a very enriching, heartbreaking experience. I just to give you a quick heads up before Fidat joins, my take at taking a crack at this documentary was that I published multiple research papers in the past on the Gaza wars of 2014, of 2021, of 2023. And to be completely honest, at one point, I got to a point I was like, the findings are just repeating themselves, right? There is a pattern of dehumanization when it comes to Palestinians and how they are portrayed in the media. And when they are portrayed in the media, there is that dichotomy, whether they are portrayed as a terrorist or portrayed as a victim. And there's nothing in between. So this was essentially the impetus behind this project, to show that no, actually, Palestinians can be leaders, can be inspirational, can be a whole lot of different things beyond just that what I would perceive a false dichotomy. So this is essentially the movie. I'm sorry, Fida is saying that she isn't able to join.
What's her email? I can send her a link.
Okay.
Or Mhm.
Her email is.
Can put it in the chat, please.
Oh yeah, I'll put it in the chat right away.
And speak some Egyptian, please. By the way, guys, for everyone to know, the Egyptian dialect is one of the best and funniest and coolest dialects in the world for all languages.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I just dropped it in the chat right now. I can also, if it helps, I can send her a number. I don't know. I've been WhatsApping her.
I think email is best because I'm gonna send her a panelist link.
Okay.
So this, if you want to tell us more about this documentary, while we're waiting for her. Has it been screened anywhere yet, or this is new? When did you finish it?
So we were fortunate enough to win the best short documentary on war and its aftermath in a festival in Paris that is called A Bridge of Peace. We just got selected. Sorry, was somebody trying to say something?
No, no, go ahead.
And then we just got selected also in Golden Dunes Dubai International Film Festival. So it should be screened there hopefully very soon. And it got selected also in Documentaries Without Borders. And I'm going to be reaching to MSF as well to see if they might be, willing to screen it as well. And we have a bunch of festivals coming up that we still haven't heard from. I'm also working with the Denver Press Club locally to screen it and have a community discussion in January, early January.
Great.
So, yeah.
Dr. Fedaa is in there, Balah. She's your neighbor, Iyad. Maybe you can share your video with her. Do you know Dr. Fedaa, Iyad? Did you meet her before?
Yeah.
Iyad had a problem with his connection too, actually. He lost his battery, but he's coming back.
So Dr. Fida is from Nusayrat area,
Yeah.
and she moved with her family to Deir al-Balah, and then she had to be, and you'll see in the film, she was commuting basically every day to Nasser Hospital back and forth, and then she would fill in at Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital whenever there was a need as well.
Mhm.
So
Can
she
you let
would-
her know that I resent her the link because we've already sent it before?
Okay.
Check for the link. Otherwise, she can join as a participant. I'll send her the participant link and then I'll bring her as a
If you
panelist.
want also, we can start screening the movie, and hopefully by the time we finish, she will be here. She can give us her feedback, or she can comment on it. Do you want to do it this way? You're muted, Kareem, unless you're talking to someone else.
This is the link that I can send to her. This is not a panelist, right? This is another
Yeah,
one?
this is a participant link. She can join there and I'll just bring her up.
Perfect. I just dropped it in the chat with her right now.
So do you want to start screening the movie, and in the meantime, once she's with us, she can comment after the movie? What do you want to do? Would that work?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, if you want, you can share your screen and we can, go ahead and start the screening. And hopefully by the time we finish the screening, she will be here and she can comment and have questions and answers from our audience.
All right. Can you see it now being shared on the screen?
It's
I think you're
loading.
sharing your screen, yes.
We are sharing, but we don't
Okay.
see it yet.
Yep. It's
Wow.
That question at the end.
Okay, Kareem, thank you for this great work. Is Fida with us or not yet? Her and
She
her
was with
family
us. I think she
are
joined.
amazing. Oh, she is, yeah. Fida is here.
السلام
أه،
عليكم.
أهلا وسهلا أهلا وسهلا منورين.
شكرا كثير. اهلا وسهلا بكم.
شو صايرين ستارز موفي ستارز ما شاء الله عنكم. أهل غزة ها؟
احنا مجرد ناجين سرفايفرز، احنا مش اكتر ومش بجميله منا صراحه، هو القدر يعني شاء انه احنا نكون سرفايفرز.
ما شاء الله عنكم يا فدا. We are really proud of you, proud of your husband, of your family, proud of all the people of Gaza, proud of your resilience, and despite all the difficulties, as you said, you have children, you have to provide for them, and we have to continue to be strong for them, and we have to improve the situation despite all the difficulties. Your story is so impactful, so profound. So thank you for your authenticity, for your simplicity, for being humble and just showing us how life is. And again, for people who don't know, being a doctor, whether in Gaza or anywhere else, you're still better off than other people. So imagine what is the situation for other people who have no job, nothing to provide for themselves in the past 2 years. As you can imagine, the situation is much hard. But I want to hear more from you, Fida, and your husband. What's your name, please?
معتز جاد
معتز.
الحق.
معتز، انت كمان تشتغل بالمستشفى؟
نيرس صحيح، بس أنا يعني توقفت عن الشغل من فترة.
So Mu'taz is her husband, he's a nurse, and Fida is the doctor. They had to make the hard choice. One of them need to quit working to take care of the kids, and Fida has to continue. And of course, it's a very difficult life being at work, providing, for the victims of this genocide for 2 years, while your family at home and you are worried about them all the time. احكي لنا يا فداء، شو حابة تحكي؟ what do you want to share with us? We have almost 250 people, mostly medical professionals and activists and people who care about Gaza. What message do you want to share with us, with the world? And how's the situation now? يعني we're all ears, we're all here to listen to you, and we are thankful for you and for Mu'taz and for Dr. Kareem that you were able to do this. We need to document their crimes. Every single scene that you shared is a war crime committed against innocent people and civilians, and documenting it is an act of resistance, an act of resilience, and it's part of being on the right side of history, because the world should not forget what happened to Gaza. And thank you for documenting this. تفضل فداء.
Thank you very much. First of all, I have to thank everybody for being with us and listening to our voice and respect our message. Thank you very much. I'm really grateful to your support and your honest words. Um, really, the situation is somehow better than the previous months, but the genocide is still going on. From time to time, we hear that bombing is still, and many victims are being died every day. Every day we are losing children. Every day we are losing lives here in Gaza. The situation is still very bad here, and no food secure, no water security, no safe place we can survive in. Living conditions are very bad and not suitable for humans. Of course, we are looking for better days for ourselves and for our children. Okay, and also the health system is very miserable, and many deficiencies and in the equipment and medications are still. Till these days, we are losing the children because of deficiency of many things. Many things, like you can say, medications are not available. Many lab investigations are deficient here, and we are losing kids because of no basic investigations. Are here like electrolytes. Simply, in a period of time, no hospital in Gaza have the test electrolytes to measure it for the kids. Also, the EBGs, it was not available, and we have to deal with the kids blindly. That is really challenging for us, but we have to continue and we have to deal with the available equipments and available resources we have. Of course, we want the world to hear our voice that the genocide is still going on, and we need your support. We need our hospitals in mass need for many things, and we have to make you hear our voices. And to evacuate from Gaza. Of course, if this is a voice for everyone in Gaza. But let me ask you for something for my family. I have you see it in the video. My little kid Naama. I think you hear me.
Yes, we hear you.
I want to tell you that she is suffering from a health condition that she needs to be treated outside. Everyone here is a doctor. She is complaining of SVT, supraventricular tachycardia. from time to time, and we have to admit her many times in hospital. Last hospital admission was few days ago. She was admitted to pediatric ICU to deal with her cases, and she's now in medication for to control her heart rhythm in on propranolol, and many pediatric cardiologists say that she needs an electrophysiologic study to be done for her as soon as possible. And we are trying, like other sick kids here in Gaza, to be evacuated for to have their medical treatment outside.
دكتورة فداء، دكتور نضال.
يا تفضل اياد بس
بس دقيقة، مهم جدا. دكتورة فداء، معك تحويلة طبية عملتيها البنت؟ يعطيك
صحيح.
العافية أول شيء.
الله يعافيك، شكرا. يا صحيح معايا medical effort and referral, but we have to wait like other kids here in Gaza, and we are losing kids because of no medical evacuation is not available for every kid.
وينها بنتك؟ وينها بنتك؟
هي
وينها
نايمة.
بنتك؟
نايمة. كم عمرها؟ How old?
5 سنين. 5 years old.
The one who was in the
طيب.
movie, the picture, yeah?
Yeah. We just
طيب.
4 months ago.
دكتورة فداء، سجلتوها في أي منظمة تبعت
منظمة
الميديكال
الصحة العالمية.
ايفاكيويشن؟ غير الصحة العالمية، في منظمات بتعمل فاسيليتيشن زي اللي عندنا، كان في عندنا 300 إجلاء طبي، يعني في منظمات كتير.
كنت بس
سجلتوها في أي؟
لا بس حاولنا نمشي بالإجراءات اللي هي عن طريق منظمة الصحة العالمية، بس ما كان عندي أي معلومات
ومعها تحويلة معتمدة.
عن
طيب أوكي بعد الويبينار هبعت رقم يا دكتور نضال، خليهم يبعتوا لي إياها ونعملها ريجستريشن في منظمة الأطفال. عندهم جهد كويس ونجحوا ياخذوا تنسيقات كثير، ان شاء الله بتنجحوا انهم يعملوا لنا ايفاكيويشن ان شاء الله اول سكرين ان شاء الله.
مستنيين جهاز هولتر هو for 24 hours holter for her ECG monitoring, but it's not available here.
يعني برضه هذا مش امتياز إلنا كونها طبيبة، لأنه برضه في أطفال كتير بتعاني في قطاع غزة، يعني إنه برضه في عندها تحويلة طبية. فإحنا يعني بنناشد إنه يتم التعجيل، لأنه الوضع الصحي في قطاع غزة يعني سيء جدا بالنسبة للعديد من الأطفال. يعني ما هذا ما كان امتياز إلنا، يعني إحنا إنه كونها يتم التنسيق لها.
متفق معك، هذا حق أولادنا، هذا حقنا كإنسانية for humanity human being. It's our rights.
صحيح. بعد الحرب يعني كثير من الأطفال بدأوا يعانوا من مشكلات صحية وتظهر عليهم بسبب نقص الغذاء، بسبب نقص الأدوية، بسبب يعني الصواريخ
يعني حتى
احنا يعني
كانسرز كثير عمال تنتشر بين الأطفال،
مشاكل كثير صحية في الأطفال،
وعمال بيموتوا الأطفال من الأمراض بدون ما احنا قادرين نوفر لهم
I know.
So these are all preventable deaths, like many children and sick people in Gaza. There is almost 18,000 people who are waiting on medical evacuations, and many of them are dying because they are not getting the proper treatment in time. And so we're losing lives every day, as Dr. Fedaa mentioned, either in the hospitals in Gaza because they lack the basic medication, the basic equipment, the basic testing. Many people are dying, preventable deaths, simple deaths that people can survive their illness and their injuries if they have the proper medication, the proper treatment, and all the complicated cases that need intervention outside of Gaza because of the destruction of the health system. Many of them, unfortunately, are dying every day because the evacuations are not allowed in because of Israel, and because many countries, unfortunately, in the region and all over the world are not taking enough cases. This is a global international community responsibility to take care of the people of Gaza. They are the ones who were enabling this genocide. They are the one who committed the genocide, funded the genocide, and were silent through the genocide. And every country in the world is responsible to treat these kids. Their budgets, whatever excuse they have not to accept kids, should not be accepted. Every country, every government in the world contributed to this genocide. So these children, these victims, should be treated. We are hearing from many places that most of the countries in the world are only accepting few cases here and there, coming up with all kinds of excuses. This should not be acceptable. We should advocate everyone in their country. If they really did not want to deal with this, they could have stopped the genocide from day one. Every life lost in Gaza, every suffering that the people of Gaza endure was preventable. None of this should have happened. It only happened because of the complacency and the complicity of the world, the whole world. Israel itself should be responsible for taking care of these people, for treating them, for being responsible for their care. We should not allow the perpetrators and all the ones who helped them to get away with this. I mean, this is the minimum they can do, at least to help the and treat the children, like Dr. Fedaa, 5-year-old, who just need basic testing. That's not available there. Basic testing, as I said, electrophysiology, Holter monitor, maybe some ablation of that, of that arrhythmia that's causing her SVT. In other places, this can be done very simply, very easy. But because of all the destruction that Israel committed on Gaza, the Medicide, unfortunately, we have to get these children out to be treated properly. Iyad, if
Yeah.
we can connect you, I mean, Iyad is
Yeah.
in Deir al-Balah and in
Yeah.
Sirat, so you're
Yeah.
close. Inshallah, you
Yeah.
can
Yeah.
help them to register with other
Inshallah.
organizations. But you also had
Inshallah.
another comment on the number of
Yeah.
murdered, the number of
Yeah.
victims in Gaza, if you want to share.
Inshallah. Thank you, Dr. Ndal, and mashallah, Dr. Fida and your husband. Allah grant you what you deserve. Yani, you are a survivor like us. All of us here are a survivor. Our estimates indicate that there are thousands still trapped under the rubble, whose fate remains unknown. Official, maybe authorities cannot register anyone as deceased or martyrs unless the body is recovered. And this is where the tragedy lies. I know families who found no one to go to the civil registry on their behalf to register their loved ones as martyrs. So when we talk about numbers, in our estimation here, we talk about more than 100,000 martyrs, not 60,000 martyrs. So like Al-Mghari family in Nusayrat, they have 49 martyrs. I witnessed no one remains from the five department buildings to go to the civil affair to register their relatives as a martyrs. So the tragedy is big and immense. No one can imagine our martyrs under the rebels for more than hundreds and hundreds of days and no chance to recover the remainings. So this is the reality here in Gaza, and also the occupation concentrate over the Israeli bodies just. But we must remember our bodies and our remains. Inshallah, something good will happen in the next few days after maybe they met with the Security Council and take a new decision or orders to let the UNRWA work and the huge machinery enter without restrictions to recover our martyrs and their remains under the huge rebels. Thank you, Dr. Nadal.
Thank you, Iyad. Dr. Kareem, do you have any comments after the screening, please?
I think you touched on it, and even Mu'taz and Fida both mentioned it in there, that there are a lot of people who are living a worse life than what we just witnessed. Mu'taz at one point mentions at least they have a ceiling on top of them. And now, when I first joined, you were talking about the flooding and everything that is happening now. And this is just the beginning of the winter, you know? So yeah, hopefully things get better somehow, because people are just dying, and people will die from hypothermia and from the cold in the coming months, as we've seen it. It's just a scenario that we've seen before, and it seems like it's gonna be replayed once more. And to the point that Fida and Mu'taz also were making earlier, there are conditions, and you all know way better than I am. This is not my area of expertise, but there are diseases and stuff that start popping up on the surface once the war ends. if it ends permanently. So thanks again for hosting the film and for giving us a platform.
Thank you, Dr. Kareem. It's really, we're really thankful for you. This is very important documentary, and it sheds a lot of light about what's happening, at least give people some idea about even the doctors and their families, what they went through. And again, this is a message to the Americans here and people from the West. And this is a message to our Rubio, Marco Rubio, our Secretary. Marco Rubio, he's the one who stopped the visas for any child or anyone from Gaza to come and be treated here. We are here to tell him it's not up to you. It is you who vetoed the ceasefire resolution 5 times. It was the United States of America that vetoed ceasefire resolutions for 5 times over the past 2 years. It is your bombs, it is your weapons that caused all these injuries, and you, more than anyone else, are responsible to treat all these victims. And you, more than anyone, even more than the Gulf countries, responsible to rebuild Gaza along with your bodies in Israel. So just the fact that you stop the visas and stop children being evacuated, we as Americans refuse this. We as people of conscience, because you are a co-perpetrator of this, and legally and morally you are responsible for doing everything to rebuild and to compensate and to treat all these victims. We need to keep the pressure on our administration to allow for thousands, not few, thousands of injured people and sick people from Gaza to come here to the United States and be treated by the United States government funds, not anyone else. It is the government that it is whoever made the veto resolutions 5 times to continue the bombing is the one who should be paying for this and beyond. So thank you, everyone. Anyone has any questions from here? Anyone has any questions for Dr. Kareem and for Fedaa and Mu'taz?
Just a comment from me.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
This is where we have to allow filmmakers ourselves to tell our own story. I think you could see, you could hear, you could even get closer to the experience because it was taught by the people. The people are living the experience. The people are fighting to bring justice. And I think some of us who are in this industry, we have to keep on pushing. We have to keep on telling our own stories because the mainstream media will always stop anything that we do. And for the team, I wanted to say thank you very much for sharing to the two doctors. Thank you very much for sharing this amazing experience. Very, very touching. A lot of personal experiences that you had the courage to share with us. And I'm sure the world is seeing, the world is hearing, and there will be a solution to our struggle. So thank you very, very much for the two doctors for making the film and also for sharing your personal life with us. Very, very touching, very, very emotional. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Elvis. There are many questions, Kareem, in the chat. People asking how they can screen. Are they okay? How they can reach out to screen this documentary in other places?
So because thank you for asking about this. So because it's in the festival cycle, so it cannot be available online, but it can be available online once the cycle ends. So, and that's why I'm tapping into not only festivals, but also community events like what we're having today, local here in Denver, Colorado, where I'm at. But I'm also, I have a budget set up for moving around in neighboring states so that we can have conversations going, but it cannot be available online because of the restrictions from festivals when it's in the festival cycle. And I wanna comment, thank you so much, Elvis, but I just wanna also give a shout out to Dua Elbaz in Khan Yunis. Dua El-Baz lost her best friend, Mariam Abu Daqqa, in the double strike, the tap strike on Nasser Hospital. Luckily, she was not closed there, and another person, Barat, who was involved also in helping with the interview at the Nasser Hospital, she was meters away. So fortunately, she survived. And Alhamdulillah, that Fida also was not there that day because she was filling in another hospital. And also shout out to Muhammad Al Khatib in Deir Al Balah, who also made this happen by working on the ground and working with Fida and Mu'taz and with the kids, Muhammad Omar and Nama. Without the journalists on the ground, I don't know what would happen. I mean, this is just, a culmination of the hard work, sweat, and tears of the folks who were working on the ground. And this was hard to pull off because I would be calling Muhammad, all of them are now my friends. I would be calling Muhammad and telling him, "Hey, we want to shoot tomorrow and, have a shoot and stuff." And he told me, "Oh, hold on a second. One of my best friends just got killed." This happens all the time. And again, this is a shout out to them. They are not here today, but without them, this wouldn't have happened. And thanks also to Fida and Mu'taz for trusting us to tell a semblance of their story, right? Just a semblance of their story.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Kareem. And yes, the attack on journalists, as well as the attack on the healthcare, is part of the genocide and also part of censoring the voices from people in Gaza and part of erasing the genocide and enabling the genocide. So, but luckily, the people of Gaza refused to be silent, and they did all what they can, despite all the difficulties. Despite them, many of them have been lost. Hundreds of journalists have been killed, their families, and also almost 1,800 healthcare workers. So just being a healthcare worker or a journalist or anyone who wants to help or to save or to tell the story makes you a target. Fida, do you want to share anything else?
Yeah, again, I'm really grateful for this opportunity.
We are grateful for you, Fida and Mu'taz.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm very
Thanks for
grateful.
hearing our voice and for respecting our trail in this life. Thanks very much to Dr. Kareem for making us visible and audible for others to hear our story. Thank you very much for giving us your time and your respect. Thank you very much.
Thanks for Dr. Karim for his great work. We want to thank him from the bottom of our heart. He is so great and he's so kind with us. Thanks to him. And thank you all.
Mu'taz, thank you for smiling. Despite all of this, you're able to put on a smile. Man, both of you are incredible. The people of Gaza. And Mundir is smiling too. And yeah, I don't know how you're able to keep this, you guys. I mean, it's
We
incredible.
only have the smile.
Thank you. Thank you. But it's actually, it gives us also power here to keep going and keep fighting for the truth, for humanity, for justice, and for everyone in Gaza and many other places. Dr. Kareem, we have a good group in Colorado, in Denver, Doctors Against Genocide, a good chapter there. So maybe we can arrange for you to do a screening in person in Colorado. That can be easily done. And inshallah, we can get in touch after this webinar and arrange that too.
Thank you very much, Doctor. That would be amazing. We're trying to get as much eyes and hearts on this story as just one story of many, many, many stories that are happening there. And the more that we're having discussions on this, I think the more it helps bring this to the surface.
And inshallah, maybe we can arrange another screening here in Michigan, one in New York, one in Boston. I mean, we have good groups of people. Oh, Marta will get on it. She already got an idea. Okay. So inshallah, yeah, we'll keep moving around and raise the awareness of more and more people by seeing this truth that your great work with Fida and Mu'taz is showing. Fida,
Again,
تفضلي.
Again, it's an appeal another time. If you can help me for treating my kids, I would be very grateful. And this may give her a chance for surviving like other children.
Okay.
I need her to be treated. Yeah.
Inshallah, we'll work with Iyad and we'll try our best. We are not the best organization when it comes to evacuations, but I'm sure we'll
Anyway,
keep working with
thank
you
you.
and try to help as much as we can. And unfortunately, it's not all in our hands. I wish it was all in our hands. I mean, none of this would have happened anyway to start with. Karama, welcome back, Karama. Karama is a very busy person. She's doing 3 webinars at the same time.
Hello, I was watching while I was on the other webinar, so shukran ya Fedaa, shukran Kareem. This was very powerful and a lot of interest from people who are watching and people want to screen it. We want to screen it in Boston. So thank you.
Okay. So inshallah, we will connect with Dr. Kareem and with Fedaa, and we will work on screening this man in other places, and we will work with Iyad about trying to help her daughter, the 5 years old. I wish she was awake. We could have talked to her. I wanted to hear from her. Maybe next week, Fedaa, if she's awake, maybe if what's her name, your daughter?
She is Naama. She's 5
Naama,
years.
5 years
Yeah.
old.
Fedaa, is
Yes.
Muhammad or Omar awake?
No, all of them, they are sleeping.
All of them are
They
asleep now? Okay.
go to school these days. School is part-time, not full-time, 3 days a week, and for 2 to 3 hours per day, not the usual school time. But they are happy these days because they return back to school, but with the limited resources. I think.
Alhamdulillah. So next week, if they're awake at 7 p.m. 6 p.m. الساعة
I
6
will
المساء.
try.
If they're
I will
awake,
try to.
نعمة
إن شاء الله.
وأولادك خلينا نسمع منهم كمان مرة. And
إن شاء
please
الله.
consider yourself a permanent guest panelist here, Doctors Against Genocide. أنت ومعتز ودكتور كريم. So whenever
Of
you're
course.
available, please join us and keep us
شكرا.
updated.
شكرا
because
كثير.
we
شكرا.
know.
شكرا.
إلنا الشرف.
إلنا الشرف طبعا.
Wow, what a couple, man. Wallah, you're inspiring, guys. Okay.
شكرا. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you very
Okay.
much.
يلا thank you. الله يحميكم. الله يحميكم.
الله
سلموا
Bye.
على نعمة.
أنت
شكرا يعطيك العافية يسلمك.
Okay, guys, let's move. Another tragedy, another genocide. I think we have Dr. Shahinaz and we have Philip. Let's hear from Sudan if we have any updates from Sudan, and another partner from Congo. Dr. Shahinaz or Felipe? Which one of you is available? Felipe? Dr.
Hello.
Shahinaz. تفضلي. Dr.
Yes.
Shahinaz.
Yeah.
Any
I'm
update
sorry I
about
can't
Sudan,
put on
please?
my video today. Inshallah next week. Before we the webinar started, we were discussing some issues, but I just wanted to touch upon some reflections from what I've seen so far and the suffering and struggling. I remember when we were working on the war in Sudan, there was a change in the leadership in the WHO office in Sudan, and the new leadership. We met with them in Cairo, and it was about how we can circumvent the lack of diagnosis of some of the diseases, especially for people within conflict and in refugee camps and so on and so forth. And I remember when we wrote up the mobile laboratory grants, we shared it with the EMRO group so that it could be helpful for the people of Gaza. And I'm wondering if medics working in Gaza can advise us if they were ever funded for those mobile labs, because I'm pretty sure, 100% sure, we shared this proposal. And I still have the proposal with me, even though I left my work in Sudan. And I'm wondering if we can try to do something similar like that, looking at organizations, just to see if we can at least support diagnosis in my capacity as a pathologist. This is just a thought, providing mobile labs. The mobile labs now in Sudan are working, and they've helped a lot in identifying some of the epidemics and outbreaks that we have, like dengue and malaria and so on and so forth, especially in marginalized areas. So that's just a thought I wanted to give back.
Can you explain it again one more time, Dr.
So
Fedaa?
there are mobile labs, which are like units, just
Okay.
like the mobile clinic unit. There is a whole setup of a mobile lab that can have a PCR or a mini PCR, microscopes, and arterial blood gas machines, chemical machines, chemical analyzers, hematological analyzers, point of care testing, and they work by providing electricity either by solarization or by fuel generation of electricity.
Yes.
And they can work at any site. And I remember very clearly when we were writing this grant in 2020, late 2023, early 2024, that the same inquiry had come, and we shared our proposal with the proposal with counterparts in Gaza. But I don't know what happened. So were there ever units deployed to Gaza, such as mobile labs or just the mobile clinics? So that's just a thought I have, because I mean, there's a huge struggle I can clearly see in Gaza, but I think they can, at least 3 or 4 of these units, if they are deployed, even one if it's deployed, can help a lot of the people there. And they're really very effective tools, by the way. I mean, if you look at the literature, there are a lot of people who criticize what they are. I mean, they are not a proper lab, but they are very, very helpful. For example, if you want to test for arterial blood gases, if you want to test for electrolytes, general hematological, they are very, very helpful. They also have refrigerated units where you can store blood, or you can actually get people to donate, and so on and so forth. But the logistics and the operationability in Gaza might be a little bit difficult nowadays, but people can think about.
Yes, I think we need to think about it in the future. Unfortunately, now they're not even allowing tents to go in. So
I understand fully. But it's just a thought out there, just in case anybody can grab that thought. So coming to the issue of Sudan, I think the issue with numbers is one of the basic issues, especially in Fasher, but in other parts. But what I can say is that in the past week, there's been a lot of escalation in the fighting, and it's getting to be more closer and closer to the capital, Khartoum, although it's not there yet. But the fighting has spread out of Darfur to areas of northern and western Kordofan between the RSF and the army. The communication is poor, but there have been visits from UN OCHA leadership, and I think many of us have seen in the news media Tom Fletcher's visit to Port Sudan, and then he went to Darfur, and he went to Tawila, etc. But in general communication, and I've just been talking to a doctor from Khartoum who works with the Sudanese Doctors Union, inviting them to come and talk in DAG eventually. He also said that, and I shared with you on the DAG Sudan portal, just on WhatsApp, like some of the numbers. So there's discrepancy in numbers. However, what we can say is that the atrocities were there, but how many people and have been killed, where the majority of refugees are still now, all of these things are being need to be mapped. If you heard about the UN Human Rights Council meeting, basically a few days ago, decrying what the atrocities of RSF in Darfur, Fasher, and other areas, they've called for a special envoy for Fasher. Anyhow, the government of Sudan in Port Sudan has rejected that. They've accepted that the declaration of human rights atrocities, but a fully fledged investigation, they said, should be managed within the human rights, local chapter of the human rights organization in Sudan. And I think that's a bit worrisome for us, for me in particular as a physician. But at the end of the day, I think that it's a step in the right direction, that at least there's a call out for the atrocities of the RSF, but I think a fully fledged UN-backed investigation in what happened in Fasher might bring us more to a realistic description of what really happened there after more than 20 months of siege. So that's one thing. The other thing is that that I talking to doctors today and before, they've basically there are so many needs currently to be covered, even in areas where there is stability, like. But unfortunately, a lot of the emergency room groups that have been working out of hospitals in Khartoum now have been asked to leave or have been targeted. So they are now more working out of peripheral centers. So I think also as people think of going to Washington on the 18th and 19th, I think it's important for us to highlight to the Congress and Senate that emergency room groups in the Sudan should be supported, and people should lobby the government of Sudan and the RSF to allow them to continue their health and humanitarian relief work, and should give them further support instead of persecuting them. This is a very, very bad sign, actually, this persecution of these groups.
Dr. Dr. Shahinaz, are you joining us on the 18th or 19th or no?
I don't think I really can, to be honest with you, but I think I can join you with Zoom.
Okay.
Yeah, I just have too much on my plate currently, and I'm doing a lot of things by myself, unfortunately. So that I have to kind of like still continue working in issues in Sudan, and I don't really have backup. So so I don't think I can, but I can definitely do by Zoom. But I think, later in the year, not later in the year, but early next year, I can definitely travel. I don't think the war in Sudan is going to, unfortunately, end anytime soon. This is
they have to keep up the pressure. So, I mean, one of our demands going to DC, inshallah, going to be pressure our politicians to intervene and stop this war slash genocide in Sudan. And please, everyone, wherever you are, speak up for Sudan, for the victims there, for the children, for the people who have been, mass slaughtered every day and raped and starved. Winter is here. Outbreaks of illness, of cholera is rampant. And as Dr. Shane has shared, situation is getting worse. So we need to speak up more. So we talked to Dr. Shahnaz and a few other colleagues from Sudan. We are preparing our demand to be, the right, because again, we center the people of any crisis or any conflict. We've centered their voices because they know better what's happening and they know better what needs to be done. So this is going to be one of our main demands, to end the war and genocide in Sudan. And again, the people of Sudan needs a lot of help. I want to remind you, I'm sorry to keep repeating this, but we need donations. We need donations to help the people in Sudan, please. They need food, they need shelter, they need sanitation units, they need, all kinds of help. The same situation in Gaza, the same situation in Congo. Actually, the numbers in Sudan, because the number of populations displaced is even bigger than Gaza. So the need is huge. And while different genocide manifests differently, but again, they need our help. So thank you, Dr. Shahnaz. We're going to go with Dr. Al Solh Karama. Please introduce her because she has to travel. We can go back and discuss again, Dr. Shahnaz, after we finish with our scheduled speakers. So تفضل كرام.
Thank you, Nidal. It's my pleasure and my honor to introduce Dr. Sara El Solh. Dr. Sara is a Lebanese doctor and medical anthropologist. She is currently working in the UK, but right now she's in Lebanon. And she works nationally and internationally on a range of issues, including migration, climate justice, and access to healthcare. She's a built-in doctor against genocide. That's all I can say. So welcome, Sara. Sara just published a very damning paper in the BMJ about the complicity of healthcare workers in Israel in the torture of Palestinian prisoners. When people say medical neutrality is to treat everyone the same way, no matter what their ethnicity, religion, political orientation, and that is our duty. So denying some people medical care or treating them in a horrific manner is exactly the violation of medical neutrality. Sara, it's all yours, and welcome to DAG webinar.
Thanks very much for the intro, and thanks everyone for having me. So this is quite informal. I'm going to take a few minutes to just walk through the argument of the paper that we recently published and kind of try and link it to some of the things that have been emerging over the last couple of months as well. So this is a piece that was published on the 7th of November. It's been in process for over a year, which is a separate conversation perhaps about how difficult it is to get these things through the academic publishing hoops, even when they are extremely timely and important. There's three main claims in this piece. One is that we have credible, sustained evidence of torture and inhuman treatment of Palestinian detainees. This has accumulated for years, but it has intensified since October 2023. Two is health worker involvement, which ranges from direct participation to facilitation or failure to prevent harm, all of which violate a multitude of professional ethical codes and some international law as well. And three is that the medical community, internationally has obligations beyond statements. So these include to investigate, document, to refuse participation, and to press institutions act, especially when we have the overwhelming amount of evidence that we have in these cases. So a quick caveat, I guess, is that our article is an editorial, so it synthesizes evidence rather than presenting new primary data. But that synthesis really matters, I think, in this case, especially because the pattern is now unmistakable and also undeniable. Contextualizing what we wrote or what we investigated in kind of what's happened in the last couple of months, there's been quite a lot of I would say accelerated revelations over the last couple of months. So we have a lot of fresh testimonies of sexual torture and rape in detention. The PCHR has published detailed reports from recently released detainees, including a woman who reports multiple rapes, electric shocks, and filming of said torture, consistent with, and this is all consistent with earlier UN and other NGO documentation that's from the Palestinian Center for Human Rights. And we're also seeing ongoing opacity and restrictions to access prisoners. So Israel is making it very, very difficult for detainees to get visits from their lawyers or from anyone from the outside. And this compounds the verification problem and means that the only or most of the evidence that we have is from people who've already been released, because it's actually very hard to get access to people who are still in detention. And also, compounding this pattern that we talked about in the article, conditions inside these sites continue to surface, have continued to surface over the last few months. So new reporting over the last couple of weeks has highlighted sensory deprivation and isolation, This aligns again with earlier UN submissions to the Committee Against Torture, describing sleep deprivation, exposure to extreme temperatures, and denial of sunlight. Again, these are all things which are being very well documented currently and documented in high volume at the moment. But if you look at the pattern, these are all things that have been happening actually mostly in most cases for decades. And then I think another important some extra detail to contextualize this this article. I don't know how many of you have seen, but there has been a recent push within Israel to try and legalize the death penalty for Palestinian prisoners. The legal and carceral climate, I think globally, but especially within Israel, is kind of accelerating. It's normalizing harsher punishment, punishment that is less reviewable. And this week, the Israeli Knesset passed the first reading of a bill that would institute a mandatory death penalty in cases defined as terror cases. And this obviously, I mean, it's not spelled out this way, but it obviously widely applies like overwhelmingly to Palestinians. And it got past the first reading, so now my understanding is that it will return to the committee within the Knesset. And many rights groups and legal scholars have raised, very, very loud alarm bells about this. And I think, it's very obvious to see that introducing this kind of bill amid credible torture allegations, restricted monitoring, and mass administered detention is a recipe for many more abuses. And also, I think with the documentation of extreme torture we have seen, I think we need to also consider the possibility of confessions extracted under torture being then used to justify the death penalty. And lastly, one of the things that we tried to talk about a little bit in our article was, what is actually our role as physicians, as healthcare providers. And I think there are a few things that we need to understand that we need to do. Naming the problem is important. We need to talk about what is happening. We need to talk about the participation of our health worker colleagues, our Israeli health worker colleagues in these practices. We need to push for verifiable access and independent documentation. We need, wherever possible, our colleagues should refuse roles that facilitate this kind of abuse. And we should also staunchly oppose punitive legal shifts like the one towards the death penalty that is currently happening in Israel. I'm happy to, that's all that I have at the moment. I'm happy to take questions. I can't guarantee that I'll be able to answer them, but I'm happy to take questions if anybody has any.
Karama, do you have any question?
You probably answered this, Sarah, and I missed it, but how did you get the testimonies from Gaza?
So there's actually an incredible volume of testimonies available. There's the Palestinian Center for Human Rights. There's Physicians for Human Rights Israel. Amnesty have also released some reports. So there's a lot of, for obvious reasons, we had to reference this article to the absolute hilt. Almost every sentence is referenced. And a lot of those references come from firsthand testimonies. And it's actually, I mean, I've been aware of and involved in the Palestinian struggle, most of my life, including going back to childhood. And even I was surprised at how the volume of easily accessible testimonies that there are. It's actually not difficult to find these testimonies. They're very difficult to read, definitely. It was extremely difficult research to undertake because so much of it is first-hand documentation of what's happening, and it's really horrific. It's beyond words, actually. But there is an incredible volume of these reports available from a lot of well-known human rights organizations, many of which have been working inside occupied Palestine for decades.
I have a question for you,
Mhm.
Dr. Solh. What has been the reaction since the article was published? Have you seen any kind of media interest in this, mainstream specifically? Have you done, you know, media engagements to share the information? I'm just curious to see if it has landed.
Yeah, so I think there was some media interest, and because I'm currently in Lebanon, I haven't been dealing with much of that. My colleagues in the UK and Norway, I think spoke to media a few days ago about this. They were talking about doing a press conference. Because I'm kind of geographically removed at the moment, I'm with family in Lebanon, so I'm not able to do that in person. I think there has been, it was a very difficult publication process, which is not me, that's not a comment on the supportiveness of the BMJ editors, who actually really were, I think, very supportive. I think it's just a comment on general hesitancy about publishing things that are this horrific. But it was a very difficult publication process, and all of a sudden they kind of speed around the last few weeks. And I suspect, I don't know this for sure, but I suspect that was because there has been mounting, the media interest kind of was actually already there. But just before we published the article, there was more and more media interest in the stories that are coming out of these detention sites. So I think that actually, in a way, that was already there before we published the article. And I think at the moment, the four of us who wrote it are ongoing. There's ongoing efforts to see if anyone is interested in further talking about the role of health workers specifically. Yeah.
So, yeah, thank you, Dr. El Solh, for this important article. I have a question too. So we know that the Israeli Medical Association has been silent on this genocide, and they never made or issued any statement. They also never censored or punished any Israeli doctor who called for the attack on hospitals. We know there is more than 100 Israeli doctors and healthcare workers who openly called on the Israeli army to bomb the hospitals in Gaza. We also know that many Israeli healthcare workers and doctors serve in the Israeli army and served in this genocide and participated in committing this genocide. We know many of them also are in these torture camps, in whatever they call prison torture camps that torture the prisoners. And many of them are actually experimenting on those prisoners, doing amputations by unqualified doctors and qualified people without anesthesia. But do you also have documentations of any actual harm committed by these doctors in these prisons in your article, in your study, or do you have any access to this? Did they intentionally torture, I mean, healthcare workers intentionally tortured prisoners or participated in any way?
Yeah, so there are a number of, again, first-hand testimonies talking about doctors and I believe nurses as well, participating in physical violence against, I can't quite place, and I'm sorry because I've all the references are a bit crossed in my head, but there are a number of first-hand testimonies of doctors and I believe also nursing staff participating in physical violence. I cannot recall off the top of my head right now which report or reports contain this information, but I do know that I have read it. So yes, that there is at least a couple. It is mostly the bulk of the documented participation we have is doctors either covering up or ignoring these practices. But there is some documentation also of participation in violence, yes.
Thank you. Any other questions from the panelists?
I think someone wrote something in the chat.
Let me see in the questions.
Oh, I think it was someone asking for a link to the paper. Never mind.
Yeah, we have the link for the paper. It is very important paper because it's good to be able to reference this as a medical article. And your work is much appreciated in that regard. So thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for listening and for having me on.
Yes.
I have one more thing. Remember this story of the doctor during the apartheid South Africa. This happened September 1985, 30 years ago.
Steve Biko?
Yes, exactly. When
Yes, he was a medical student in
not
anti-apartheid.
the medical student. Yeah, the medical student was tortured, but there was also another doctor who was asked to treat an inmate or a prisoner there. And for the safety of the inmate, he was in really bad condition. The ask for him was to clear him so he can go back and be tortured again. And that doctor actually refused to give them that clearance. And this is a famous story. And actually, it was published in the AMA journal, American Medical Association journal, because that one is allowed 30 years after the fact. They allow that to be published. To publish things real time, of course, they don't do it. Did you, from your study, did you ever hear of any Israeli doctor who's refused the clearance of any of these prisoners to go back and be tortured again? Any of them during your study any doctor said that this prisoner, his medical condition does not allow for another interrogation to be resumed or something like that? Did we ever have any Israeli hero there?
I can't think of any, again, off the top of my head, from all the reading that I've done over the past year. I can't think of any such instance that has been documented in the reports that I have read. Not to say it hasn't happened, but certainly I can't in all honesty tell you that I can think of an instance that I have read where that has happened. No.
Yeah, thank you. I'm trying just to find the name of that doctor, but yeah, maybe I can do it
Dr.
later.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think this article is vital because the BMA is trying to make representation to the IMA about the behavior. No, yeah, of the WMA for the behavior of the IMA. Yeah, so it would be crucial. Your article is very, very important. Okay, that's number one. And secondly, I also feel that, apart from the BMA, raising all this to the WMA, the DAG itself has so many different branches all over the world. I think that all of them should use your article to raise it with their local medical association so that they can all have concerted kind of approach for the WMA, so that the WMA cannot just continue to protect the IMA. You see what I mean? This is more addressed to DAG. You have done this wonderful piece of work, and I think we must really maximize it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I think that's an excellent point, and I think that's exactly the way we would want this work to be used, because it was never intended to be an academic exercise, or the research is all actually there already. It's been done not just in the last 2 years, but for the last several decades.
But this is timely, very timely.
And yeah, and you're completely right. I think this is exactly the way that we want this work to be used, is to actually help people to push for change and to push for accountability. Because when you are faced with the vast amount of abuses that have been ongoing for decades, and thinking about the fact that there's been almost no accountability whatsoever. In fact, there's been more accountability for whistleblowers and for people who have accidentally or otherwise published these testimonies within Israel. There's been more accountability for them than there has been for people actually participating and cheering on the violence. Yeah, I mean, it's really, really staggering. And I think that, yeah, this is exactly how we would like this work to be used, because
this is unofficial. the BMA actually told some of us, when we meet with them, say that if the WMA does not do something about the IMA, the BMA is supposed to, has agreed to pull out of the WMA. I think it might be difficult with something like the American Medical Association, but I would imagine with the countries in the South, their medical association would be more prepared to do that, you see? And
Yeah,
I
I
think,
think there are
yeah,
there are some countries who would be more likely to
yeah,
do it faster.
yeah, I know.
Um,
It's just a thought. I just want to articulate it before I forget. Thank you very much, and all the best.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't know if anyone has any more questions, but just to say, I'm happy to be contacted. My email is in the article. So I'm happy to also be contacted by email if anyone has any further questions or wants to speak any further about anything. I know you have other things to talk about, so I don't want to take up too much of of the webinar time, but I'm really happy to be contacted by email if anyone would like. So
Thank you so much, Sarah, and please stay in touch, and you're always welcome to join us. I'm sure that we will be using this article in many ways. So thank you, appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah. And also just to emphasize, I think the name of the doctor, the South African doctor, is her name. She's a surgeon, Wendy Orr, and she refused the guards to continue the torture of a prisoner after her examination, and she did not clear them, which means that we as doctors, healthcare workers, we can save lives by preventing the torturers from continuing their crime. We did not hear of any Israeli doctor or nurse or any healthcare professional who stopped the torture of any Palestinian detainee. Even their colleagues, Dr. Al-Borsh, the orthopedic who was tortured to death, they could have at least saved their colleague, but unfortunately, the doctors, the healthcare workers there allowed this to continue, and there is almost more than 100 that we know of Palestinians who died in torture camps just in the past 2 years alone. And I'm sure the actual numbers are much worse. And this is happening despite that they have doctors, healthcare workers, and nurses on the site, and they could have stopped every single one of these crimes. So that adds to their, complicity and their partnership in this crime. Thank you, Sarah. And inshallah, maybe we'll contact you to get more of that reference that mentions the actual abuse that these circle workers also participated in. Thank you.
yeah, of course, I'm happy to be contacted, and thanks very much, everyone. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Sarah. Karama, we need to, I think, wait for Yipeng for the other.
But you wanted to have Munder speak?
Where is Munder? Is he still here? I think we lost him, unfortunately. Where is Munder?
Let me see if he's here.
No, we don't see him here.
He left.
Okay. I mean, yeah, it's late for him, but it's okay. Maybe he'll come
Did
back.
you talk about the project with the water well and the medical point?
No, not yet. I mean, we talked in general about needing help and aid, but yeah, Sarah, it's okay. We know you have a commitment. So thank you for being with us, and it's okay. Feel free, and please join us whenever you have time. We are here every Sunday. Thank you.
Yeah, so absent the unified game plan to rebuild Gaza, that should be done by governmental bodies. What is happening is that the people in Gaza are trying their best to innovate and find ways to meet the needs of their communities. And we are working with Al-Fursan group in Gaza to build a medical point that has been approved by the Ministry of Health because the plans were very solid, and the constructions have started, and we can actually share some videos if I find them, so we can show them to you. This is done entirely by the people in Gaza, for the people in Gaza, by the resources that are already in Gaza. And I have to say, it's very impressive and it's very refreshing to be able to actually work with them on the ground. And I mean, Nidal is doing the heavy lifting with all this because he's a night owl and he stays up late
Not a
when
night owl. It's Gaza. I work on Gaza time.
he works Gaza time, so every day, I mean every night,
Yeah.
Nidal is on the phone with Iyad, with Munzer, with Afane. It's
Yeah.
like unbelievable. And then in the morning, things happen. We
Yeah.
just hear about all the things that are being done.
We have more things happening actually now.
So
So
it's
I
while
have the videos if you
oh,
want
you
them.
have
I
the
can
videos?
share.
Yeah, go ahead and yeah.
Yeah.
So DAG now is digging wells and getting water from underground, and the water is going to be used for the medical point and also for the community around it because we know access to fresh and clean water is hard. So having a well actually by itself is a life-saving project.
Thank you, Lisa. Yeah.
No problem.
And despite all the difficulties, we are able to use the
There's a
There
few
are more, right? There are more videos.
of them,
yeah,
yes.
yeah,
Yeah.
I just have to play them one by one.
yeah. Take your time.
So that's why we need you guys to donate. And we're we're usually very I don't know. I don't think any of us feel comfortable asking for donations, but for these projects we need a lot of money.
And look, I mean, it's all very simple, very primitive tools and very simple, material to build a medical point. They don't have cement. Cement is not allowed in Gaza. So they're trying to use whatever resources they have, all the machinery, all the equipment to dig a well that's 80 meters deep. 80 meters. How much is this? Almost 200 feet.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله
To get to the water. Go ahead.
وبركاته. حياكم الله. شكرا كثير لكم أطباء ضد الإبادة الجماعية على فحر هذا البير الذي سيخدم عدد كبير من سكان هذه المنطقة وسيخدم المركز الطبي شمال قطاع غزة. يعني بارك الله فيكم. الحمد لله رب العالمين بعد عمل يومين تم إخراج هذه المياه. يعني بفضل الله عز وجل هذه المياه شكرا كثير لكم. بارك الله فيك. طبعا هذه بدها شوي 10 دقائق عبين ما تصفى المية.
So the water here is not clear because this immediately after reaching to the water it's a little bit unclear. But as they said, after about 10 minutes, it cleared up because usually the first thing there's a lot of dirt. So they do have the water well now, and they are building the medical point, and we are in the process of putting a solar system, a complete solar system to power the whole point. And that's gonna be done hopefully next week. And again, we need a lot of money for this. Digging the well itself is about $20,000, and the solar panel is even more. Hopefully, if they allow more panels to get from outside, the price will go down. But the rest of the material is something that they collected from the rubble, they collected from destroyed buildings. They try to get whatever they can get their hands on to build, the simplest things, but this is going to be a medical point for pediatrics, for OBGYN, for general care, for vaccines. They also going to have a point for physical therapy. They have a couple of physical therapists who are going to be doing therapy for the amputated people and people who need rehab. And it also includes an ambulance or two. Abu Hamza himself, the director, is an EMT. specialist. He is the manager or AMT in North Gaza. In North Gaza, in that area, it's north of the Al-Brej camp. There is no medical services at all, no hospitals, no medical points. So this is going to be the only medical point to serve this area. And hopefully, once we finish this, we can have another one just north of it to access more communities there and to allow the people who try to go back to their homes in the north to stay there, because having healthcare, having access to healthcare helps people stay where they are. If they don't have the access to healthcare and they have no water, many of them end up going back to the south. So in a way, building these points, as simple as they are, as basic as they are, it still gives people a sense of access, a sense of uh, security, that if anything happened, there is someone who can help them. And this water well is going to provide also for the whole area around it. So it's really great. I don't know how they're doing it despite all these problems and with the most basic things, but they're trying, and the only thing they're asking us is just to support them with the minimum aid that we can get. So thank you, everyone. We need your help with this. Another project.
Nidal,
Yeah.
did you not say that it was certified by the Ministry of Health to
Yes.
be more of a medical, it's like a medical center now?
Yes, exactly. Actually, they got that. Abu Hamza mentioned that yesterday or the day before, yeah?
Yes, yeah. He said that the plans were so good and the need is so great that it's going to be more than just a small medical point, but it's a multidisciplinary medical center that hopefully will serve people. None of this is can replace big hospitals that are and big medical centers that were existing before, but this is the bare minimum to treat a wound, to treat infection, to treat a UTI, and make sure that the people feel supported and feel cared for. Again, we really want you to donate to us, and not just you, but your family, your friends. We are asking for money to support all these things and to support Dr. Jbour's nightly planning with Gaza.
Actually,
So,
Abu Hamza is here. He's texting me now, so maybe he can join us.
yeah.
So he's actually just sent me information about the solar panel for next week. Okay, hopefully if he's able to join, he can join us. And we got another new project today. Okay. Can you send him the link to the webinar, please? He will be able to join us.
Sure.
So through Mr. Muhammad Saqr, he's the director of nursing at Nasser Hospital, and they are launching, along with the health ministry, a new program for sending nurses for wound care to the people who have chronic wounds in Gaza, and there's thousands of them, unfortunately, and they usually have problem coming back and forth to the hospital, and the hospital is already overwhelmed. So they're starting a program of home wound care. So they're going to be sending 3 female nurses, and they're going to be sending them to these houses. They're going to be doing about 20 visits every day. So they're asking that we partner with them, with the Nasser Hospital and the Health Ministry with this project. And actually, we just gave them the okay. Maybe by next week, we'll have more detailed information to share with you. But basically, it makes it life easier for the patients who have these chronic ones, and makes it easier for the hospitals, because instead of all these people coming to the hospital and having to incur the cost of transportation, if they can send the nurses there, they can do the work, and it will be a win-win for everyone. So hopefully, with your support, we will be able. I know we are over promising, but people in Gaza deserve it, and we trust our supporters here. We trust our group. We trust the people of good conscience all over the world, that they will always get our back and help us meet all these expanding, responsibilities.
Yeah, remember that we have food, we have water, we have heat, and we have everything we need at our fingertips. And anything we can spare to help people in need can make the difference between a hungry, cold child and a well-fed child with a blanket and with with some medical care. So thank you so much for supporting this. I think we are all in this together, and we will keep trying to make things better, inshallah.
The other project we have with the disability group is the research project. The research project, they are gonna do a study about all the expected needs and reconstruction needs for the people with disability all over the Gaza Strip. In addition to them providing food and aid and relief for their community, they are trying to do a Gaza-wide, the whole strip need assessment and research, and we will be sharing that with you once they have more information. And actually, we're trying to get a grant from Boston to help with the research project too. Karama?
Inshallah. Lara is here in the audience. Maybe she can. Lara, if you can hear me, we're going to send you a panelist link.
It's okay, I can bring her, Karama.
Thank you. Yeah. Oh,
Where is Yipeng? Where is Yipeng hiding? He should be here too.
Yipeng said at 2:30 he'll be here, but he has something.
He has many organizations to work with.
Yeah.
We have
spreading the love.
a longer talk with Yipeng. Oh, Lara's here.
Salam, Lara.
Lara, we don't hear you. You are muted.
Is she a panelist now?
Yeah, she's a panel. I see her name. Yeah.
Oh,
Lara, do you hear us?
I don't see her.
She declined.
I see Racha Jirmanus.
Oh, I do. I'm so sorry, but I should have
Here, I'll try again.
better. I actually have to drive now, so I should
Maybe
yeah,
you can
the
join us.
timing
No,
is
once you can park, once you go to a safe place, you can join us, please. We don't want you to drive and put yourself at risk with the video here.
Okay. Thank
Yeah. Is it okay? Are you driving now or? Yeah. Okay.
I just have to like literally go in 5 minutes. So yeah.
Okay, it's fine. You want to share with us in 5 minutes or whatever you want? Or you have the kids too.
I mean, if Yipeng is unable to come, we can always have him come next time.
Yeah.
مش مشكلة.
Yeah, it might be better to do next time. I think his time and my time didn't end this time.
No worries.
Okay.
So Dr. Yipeng and Dr. Racha Jirmanus were supposed to update us on the event or their take on the experience with the American Public Health Association that was held in DC last week. So it seems their schedule is off a little bit today. We'll hear more about it next week. Now let's wait for Mr. Afana to join us. Is he trying to join?
He's in north of Gaza,
Yes.
so their internet is much harder.
Okay. In the meantime, we can hear from Jonathan. Are you there? We did not hear from Jonathan for a while. No. Jonathan?
Danny has her hand up, actually. I'm gonna bring her up.
Who?
Danny.
Oh, Danny, yeah. Danny was there too.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not Danny. I'm actually Ramana Shams Rabbani. I'm not sure.
Oh,
how-
maybe
Yeah.
you have Danny's link.
Yes. I apologize, Danny, if you're here. Dr. Ritchie. That's why I raised my hand, because I didn't understand what was going on. So my apologies. Assalamu alaikum rahmatullah. I just want to
Are
thank
you
you.
sure you're not a clone of Danny? You're not a clone?
No, I am not a
yourself?
clone.
No?
Danny is
Okay.
way more intelligent than me. She would not be, but she invited me. So thank you, Dr. Ritchie, for inviting me. I wanted to thank you all for the work that you do. We have an Indigenous Ways of Knowing Summit, National Summit going on next year before APHA. This is something that I do every year. I just defended and graduated. My PhD is in health policy and management with a minor in implementation science, and I'm a Robert Wood Johnson Foundation Health Policy Research Scholar. I work with them, and we're doing grants for different organizations. And I would like to just, I don't know who I contact, inshallah, but I would like to talk to someone about, if you all would like to speak there about just the indigenous ways of Palestine. And there, we have a large group that's in support of that, because this is an issue of genocide.
You are in the right place. We are all here. So talk to us, please. Everyone is
We
here.
will be more than happy to participate. Yes.
It sounds very interesting, actually. Can you tell us more about it? We want to learn more about it.
Yes, you want me to tell you now or wait?
No.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay.
You might as
Alhamdulillah.
well. It sounds
Okay.
interesting.
I can try to fill some time. So, Dr. Ritchie is also on the committee, and myself, I chair it. And it's for community health workers. But this year, I'm sorry, that's my daughter in the back. This year, we're partnering with Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, different alumni networks at Robert Wood Johnson Foundation. I serve as a network weaver community manager across all of 5 programs. And so I work with them to uplift different programs and initiatives. And this one will be the focus of Indigenous Ways of Knowing in Texas, San Antonio next year. And I would really like to talk to you all, inshallah, about what that could look like. You would be, there'd be other funders there. And I'm sure you all know funders too, right? But the more we know, alhamdulillah, the better. So,
inshallah, we can have somebody from our partners in Gaza come.
Yes, inshallah, that would be nice.
Yeah.
If one of you could come, and then, or some of you, even a panel, because this is important. I don't know what is more indigenous of an issue right now when it comes to genocide than the issue in Palestine. And I'm also a Muslim sister from Bangladesh, and my husband is Muslim, and our hearts go out to you. And I wish I could do more, but maybe this is the way I can do something. We also have funds in research, grants that come out every so I just applied for one, alhamdulillah, and I know the grantees as well. And then there's just different things we can do. So inshallah, I don't know who I email.
Yeah, email us at info@doctorsagainstgenocide.org.
Okay.
Danny.
Danny, yeah, I know. I'm not at Dr. Ritchie right now. Okay, I'll do that.
And we can continue this discussion. But thank you. That's very much that sounds very consistent with what we try to do, because our mission is to support the communities on the ground. And the communities happen to be indigenous in almost every place where there is a genocide.
Yes,
so,
exactly.
We appreciate that. We also want everyone to adopt the medical definition of genocide, which focuses on impact more than intent and more on prevention than proof. And the more we experience what it is like to have a genocide live streamed every day, whether in Gaza, whether in Sudan, whether in Congo, whether in Rohingya, we are more convinced than ever that international law has to give way for the medical community to act immediately whenever there are signs of genocide, to actually prevent and to raise the alarm immediately so that the atrocities do not happen, and educate the medical professionals that it is not okay to pretend that nothing is happening, because if you are silent, you are immediately on the side of the perpetrator.
Yes.
And if you do not call a genocide immediately, that means you are taking the side of the oppressor and of the criminal.
Yes, alhamdulillah, I agree with that. If you turn an eye, you're still part of it. Yes, alhamdulillah.
That is completely unacceptable. And there is a lot of work that needs to be done to fix our society of medicine and of healing. that has been so complicit.
Alhamdulillah. Thank you for that. And inshallah, I look forward to emailing you all
Inshallah.
so I can talk further. Thank you. Jazakallah.
Perfect. Yes, yes. Okay. So what do you think? I think we should just delay Yipeng and Lara to next time. And if we're not able to get hold of Dr. Afane, maybe have him join us next time.
This may just be our first time less than 3 hours.
I know. We're becoming efficient.
Okay, Abu Hamza here he's the other Nidal. Abu Hamza, are you there? I gave him my link. That's the only way he was able to join. Yeah. Abu Hamza, أهلا
السلام
وسهلا.
عليكم. السلام
عليكم السلام، يا
عليكم.
هلا، كيف حالك؟
سلامات دكتور، كيف حالك؟
أهلا بالأخضر، أهلا بالأخضر، أهلين منور.
حياك الله، حياك الله.
الألوان بتاعتك بتخوف، دير بالك.
لا هذا جزء من زينة، أنا لابس يعني في الشغل.
Yeah, I know. Can we change
هاي
his
لسه.
name, Maisa? أبو حمزة فارس عفانة. أهلا وسهلا فيك. So
Oh,
أبو
change his
حمزة
name.
أبو
حياكم
حمزة
الله،
فارس عفانة.
حياكم
Yeah.
الله.
Abu Hamza
حياكم.
is running the project of the medical point in North Gaza, the one that we just showed you. They just finished digging the well and water is running, and he just shared with us the solar panel project to be implemented next week. So أهلين أبو حمزة. So احكي لنا, give us updates on what's happening. How's your English? Do you speak any English at all, Abu Hamza?
No.
Zero?
زيرو.
يلا اريح لك، احسن لك. تفضل يلا. هاي
يعني
الدكتورة
شوي
دكتورة
مصطلحات
دانيا بتترجم.
طبية بس يا دكتور.
خلص دكتورة دانيا اليوم بدها تترجم. تفضل يا دانيا، تفضل احكي لنا any updates.
بدنا نغلب دكتورة دانيا تترجم هذا الآن.
دانيا الله يخليك، يلا اليوم it's your turn to translate.
حياك الله. طبعا يعني حنحطكم في صورة الوضع وين وصلت الأمور عندنا بخصوص المركز الصحي. الحمد لله دكتور، يعني تم زيارتنا من قبل وزارة الصحة وشافوا الشغل على أرض الواقع، فحكوا هذه مش نقطة طبية، هذا مركز صحي، يعني إن شاء الله حنعتمده. فإن شاء الله يعني جهود جبارة وكبيرة جدا، وإن شاء الله الأسبوع القادم سيتم افتتاح المركز الصحي على يعني مستويات عالية جدا، يعني الحمد لله رب العالمين.
دقيقة. Is Dania available to translate? Otherwise, I will, because I want to translate this, if that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead. It's all yours.
Oh, here you are. Go ahead.
No. It's okay. I don't want to mess up. I feel like it's important information.
Well, so Mr. Afane is telling us that he is just like what we were saying before. They started building the medical point, and once they shared the plan with the Ministry of Health, the decision was made to make it a medical center, not just a medical point, because the project is very important and very well done. تفضل أستاذ. And Dania, you translate please حبيبتي.
طبعا هذا المركز الصحي يعتبر المركز الأول
أبو حمزة الله يخليك. So this project was an initiative from Abu Hamza just to start something simple, and when the Ministry of Health made the site visit, they they decided because of the need and because of the good work they are doing there, they're gonna change it into a full medical center there. تفضل.
تمام. يعني يعد هذا المركز كما يعني تحدثنا المركز الأول في شمال قطاع غزة يقدم هذه الخدمات. يعني أتحدث معكم والأخبار تتوارد بخصوص الاحتلال الإسرائيلي لا زال متواجد بمحيط مستشفى العودة، ويقوم الآن يعني بهدم المنازل في محيط مستشفى العودة. وأيضا كما تعلمون جميعا بأن هناك صعوبة في الوصول لمستشفى العودة، ومستشفى الأندونيسي يقع تحت داخل الخط الأصفر اللي هو الاتفاقية المرحلة الأولى لوقف إطلاق النار. مجمع كمال عدوان صحيح يقع هو محاذي للخط الأصفر، وهناك خطر وصعوبة جدا للوصول. بالرغم من هذه الصعوبات يعني إدارة مجمع كمال عدوان الطبي بتحاول ترمم في المستشفى حتى تستطيع إعادة العمل في داخل هذا المجمع، ولكن على صعيدنا بنحاول نخفف من معاناة الناس اللي رجعوا على شمال غزة بإنشاء هذا النقاط الطبية والمراكز الصحية. الآن هذا المركز الصحي كما تحدثت سيقدم خدمات الآتي: خدمة الأطفال، وخدمة الجلدية، وخدمة الجراحة، وخدمة العلاج الطبيعي، وخدمة الصيدلية. طبعا كل هذه الخدمات الدكتور والكلام للجميع هي خدمات تقدم مجانا،
والأمبولانس كمان
تقدم مجانا لأبناء شعبنا. أيضا خدمة ستكون بإذن الله خدمة الإسعاف والطوارئ على مدار الساعة في هذه النقطة الطبية. والحمد لله رب العالمين أمس يعني انتهينا من فحر بير مياه.
Dana, do you want to translate this before we go to the next?
Yeah, I'll give it a shot and please fill in if I miss anything. So basically, Faddis explained to us that this is the first initiative that's being done in northern Gaza, because the Indonesian hospital and the Auda hospital are within the borders that the Israeli military is occupying. It's very hard for people to get there, and plus those hospitals have been completely destroyed. In this medical point, services that will be offered are physical therapy services, dermatology services, OBGYN services, and also ambulatory services. So this is a first, and this is just another way of allowing people to stay in the north and not have to go to the south to seek medical services and treatment.
So there is not a single functioning hospital in the north now. Usually there are 3 hospitals. Indonesian and Al Auda are already outside the border that's accessible to the Palestinians. Kamal Udwan Hospital is completely destroyed, out of function. So there is some work on trying to rehabilitate that hospital. But in the meantime, this initiative is going to provide for the people and from this center. تفضل أبو حمزة.
طبعا يعني بالأمس الحمد لله انتهينا من فحر بير مياه يعني مقدم بدعم من أطباء ضد الإبادة الجماعية. يعني بشكركم كثير وبارك الله فيكم على هذا الدعم. طبعا هذه فاتحة خير إن شاء الله رب العالمين حتكون مع مؤسسة أطباء ضد الإبادة الجماعية، وإحنا طمحين أن نكون في شراكة كبيرة يعني حتى نستطيع تذليل العقبات وتقديم هذه الخدمة الإنسانية على صعيد الخدمات الصحية والخدمات الأخرى. يعني إحنا جاهزين، يعني فريق جمعية الفرسان الفلسطيني للطوارئ أن يكون يعني شريك ومتعاون بشكل كبير جدا مع مؤسستكم، مؤسسة أطباء ضد الإبادة الجماعية. أيضا يعني بإذن الله عز وجل كما تحدثت الأسبوع القادم بإذن الله سيتم افتتاح هذا المركز الطبي، ولكن هناك كما تحدثت بعض المعيقات. يعني تبقى علينا موضوع الدكتور كما استعديتم بإذن الله موضوع الطاقة البديلة بإذن الله حتى يتم تشغيلها بشكل كامل، وتشغيل الأجهزة الطبية المتواجدة وخاصة العلاج الطبيعي منها إن شاء الله. يعني الأسبوع القادم سيتم العمل بدون الطاقة حتى يتم إن شاء الله تركيبها الأسبوع القادم. أيضا يعني سيتم مد المواطنين وخيام النازحين المحيطة بالنقطة الطبية، وتم توثيق فيديو وإرساله بالعدد اللي موجود من النازحين المحيطين في النقطة الطبية. وهناك مخيم للجنة المصرية تم إقامته بجوار النقطة الطبية، لا يبعد سوى 700 متر عن النقطة الطبية. وهذا المخيم يعني يضم لا يقل عن تقريبا 1000 خيمة سيتم تسليمها للنازحين. المخيم يعني على مشارف الانتهاء، وفي الأيام القليلة سيتم تسليم الخيام للنازحين في ذلك المنطقة. بمعنى الكلام سيكون هناك عدد كبير من المواطنين بحاجة إلى تقديم الخدمات الصحية والرعاية الصحية لهؤلاء المواطنين، ناهيك عن طبعا نحن نحاول أن نكون أقرب للمواطن، لأنه هناك صعوبة جدا في عملية التنقل ما بين الشمال إلى محافظة مدينة غزة بسبب تدمير البنية التحتية وعدم وجود مواصلات باستمرار في ذلك المناطق المدمرة. فيعني هناك يعني يعني تعب شديد على المرضى وعلى كبار السن خاصة
أبو حمزة
الوصول
أبو
إلى
حمزة
أقرب مستشفى.
أبو حمزة إذا ممكن بس تعطي دانيا do you want to
تفضل.
translate please
هي وقت ما بدها أقف
دانيا
تحكي لي.
yeah you cannot go this long make it like a minute or two then translate
Yeah, I know.
I don't want to lose people.
Ustad Faddis, he thanks all of you for your contributions. They have been able to successfully dig a well. That's been a huge help and has been such a huge relief to the people in the north. This will be a first. I'm sorry. Next week they plan on opening the medical point to provide services, and they hope to continue with their project with the solar panel that'll only further help. And did I get this right? There will be more people, more displaced tents that will be moving closer to the area that were coming up from the south and returning home.
Yes, I mentioned that. Yeah, it seems there is an initiative to have more tents for people from the south to move there. So this unit or this point or this center is going to be serving a larger community in the coming few weeks.
Yeah, so this is just going to give people an opportunity to return to the north. And the situation is with Gaza City and the north, that road that leads from Gaza City to the north has been completely destroyed. So the idea is that once people are able to make it to the north and have these services available, it'll allow them to just be able to return and kind of reestablish where they initially started. And تفضل أستاذ فارس.
حياك الله. شكرا دكتورة. طبعا يعني بنحاول نكون أقرب للمواطنين خاصة في شمال قطاع غزة كما تحدثنا، بسبب يعني صعوبة تحرك المواطنين والمرضى وكبار السن إلى أقرب مستشفى، وهي مستشفى السرايا كما تحدثنا في مدينة غزة، والتي تبعد كيلوات عن شمال قطاع غزة. لذلك يعني بإذن الله عز وجل سنستمر في تقديم هذه الخدمة. يعني قبل أسبوع وضعنا مركبة إسعاف في منطقة الفلوجة في شمال قطاع غزة، هي تعد من معسكر جباليا. معسكر جباليا والفلوجة هذه المناطق هي شمال قطاع غزة. فكان هناك احتياج كبير وطلب كبير جدا على يعني طلب الاستغاثة للعمل لمركبة الإسعاف. تقريبا يعني لا يقل عن 6 حالات يوميا يتم نقلهم إلى المستشفيات ما بين أطفال وكبار سن، من شمال قطاع غزة إلى مستشفى السرايا التابعة لجمعية الهلال الأحمر الفلسطيني ومستشفى الشفاء. لذلك كما تحدثت أهلنا في شمال قطاع غزة يحتاجون يعني بشكل كبير جدا للخدمات الصحية التي تفتقر حاليا هذه المناطق المهمشة بعد وقف إطلاق النار، وبسبب كما تحدثنا بسبب يعني عدم قدرتنا الوصول إلى المستشفيات الرئيسية لشمال قطاع غزة، العودة، الأندونيسي، كمال عدوان. الوضع صعب جدا يعني صراحة ومأساوي. وأيضا يعني البنية التحتية يعني أغرقت الخيم المدمرة، يعني البنية التحتية مدمرة بشكل كامل شمال قطاع غزة، لذلك لا يوجد بنية تحتية. أغرقت غالبية الخيام النازحين في شمال قطاع غزة وفي مدينة غزة. وشاهدتم بعض يمكن الفيديوهات التي على السوشيال ميديا نزلت. فمأساة الناس يعني غرقوا هم وحراماتهم وفراشهم وكل يعني أمورهم. صراحة الوضع صعب جدا على الساكنين في هذه الخيام في الوقت الحالي. أيضا الإمكانيات حتى هذه اللحظة إمكانيات صراحة يعني خلينا نقول من ناحية المستلزمات الطبية الأدوية ويعني الخيام. الاحتلال الإسرائيلي لا زال يعني يعرقل إدخال كثير من الأصناف، وخاصة كما تحدثنا المستلزمات الطبية. هناك شح بشكل كبير جدا في المستشفيات وفي النقاط الطبية وأيضا في مركبات الإسعاف. الوضع يعني مش سهل، يعني احنا بنشتغل قاعدين في ظروف معقدة جدا، لأنه لحتى هذه اللحظة الاحتلال لم يسمح بإدخال الكميات المطلوبة. الاحتياج كبير، هناك عدد كبير من آلاف من الجرحى والمصابين والمرضى. يعني صراحة موضوع العلاجات حتى في المستشفى في الصيدليات العادية هذه لا يوجد كثير من الأصناف، يعني لا توجد في الأسواق يعني ولا في المستشفيات.
خلينا نترجم.
فلذلك يعني موضوع العلاجات
خلينا نترجم please. Go ahead, Danny.
So Ustad Fedaa said that they're working under very difficult circumstances, and they hope this is an opportunity where people that have had their health neglected over this entire time. He also did mention that with the recent downpours that we're experiencing in Gaza and all the tents being destroyed, just another layer of added distress that the people have been experiencing. And it seems like the people in the north got more rain than the people in the south, and they experienced more damage. And because Israel has destroyed the sewage system in Gaza, they're kind of just dealing with that. And because medical aid and medical equipment is not being let in, they're just working with very limited resources at this time. Did I miss anything?
No, it did good. Actually, I just want to say that this only started like a week, 10 days. So the last 10 days, Abu Hamza Faris and his team were able to accomplish what we cannot accomplish here in the United States for a few months. You know, with all these problems, honestly, I'm really surprised that they already have many of the basic things. They already dug the well, and he's promising that by next week they will be ready to serve people. So this is amazing. I mean, I don't know how you do it, but they are working nonstop. Despite all the difficulties, they're working nonstop, despite the rain, and they are making things happen in real time. And he's sharing with us videos every day about every step they do. So شكرا يا أبو حمزة، يعطيك ألف عافية. والله إحنا كثير كثير بنقدر جهودكم ويعطيكم العافية. وأنا الصراحة مش عارف كيف، ما شاء الله عنكم، يعني خلال أسبوع 10 أيام قدرتوا تنجزوا كل هاي الشغل.
الحمد لله الحمد لله دكتور، احنا يعني متفائلين خير، يعني ان شاء الله بوجودكم معنا ووقوفكم معنا فان شاء الله يعني نقدم خدمات رائعة جدا للناس وحننهض باذن الله عز وجل. شكرا لكم كثير وبارك الله فيكم، ان شاء الله بنضل على تواصل ان شاء الله.
إن شاء الله. شكرا لك and keep it up, and we are supporting you fully, and please, our supporters, our doctors, please, we need donations to help Faris and his team and the other communities in Gaza and in Sudan and in Congo. I mean, they are doing all what they can, and we need to try to do all what they can too. Before Munder is here, Munder is back. Are you there, Munder? Munder, are you there? Munder Abu Rabi' بيت لاهية. نادي عليه يمكن تنادي عليه من عندك أحسن لنا يا أبو حمزة. Munder, are you there?
عشان اقرب له وانا
يا مدير ابو ربيع ابو لاهيه. Okay, but before you talk, before you talk, don't just say we have everything, all the food is here.
We don't have anything, brother.
Tell me the truth. Don't tell me we have everything and life is
Munder is the most optimistic man on the planet.
I know you're optimistic, but tell us.
Today I'm
there was a lot
extremely
of tomatoes.
pessimistic. I'm really pessimistic today.
No.
خلاص والله نتنياهو حيحرق الكوكب هالقد.
No, go back to optimism then. حسدناك يا ابو مندر، تفضل.
والله حسدتونا بدك الصراحة. أنا every time I'm very optimistic, but this time I believe that is my opinion, that as I'm in the ground here and I'm following what is going on in Gaza and on the media, I believe and I can monitor that Netanyahu, he will not leave us. And the world is actually all over the world is following him and following him, his statement when he say, we need the 3 hostages. And unfortunately, nobody talk about the 10,000 bodies that is still under the rubble. What kind of world we are talking about? That is my question to everyone, to every human actually. What is in, how do you think, or what is your belief? You are following Netanyahu that he's still asking for 3 hostages, and even one of them he's from Thailand, and you left the 10,000 whole people who still under the rubble, and no one talk about them. This is the problem. And that's the reason why I'm very pessimistic today that
No,
for
inshallah,
me,
we will not
as
leave
I
it. We will
told
not
you,
leave it to
and
Netanyahu.
I'm telling
we
you,
will not leave
as
it.
I'm representing many youth in Gaza who is looking to leave Gaza. For me, I really don't want to stay in Gaza anymore.
No, no, no. You're
Because
not allowed to leave.
you have to allow my brother. I don't want to lose my son or my daughter. I sacrifice everything. I sacrifice my hometown, Beit Lahia, or whatever we left in Gaza. But I can't sacrifice my son and my daughter. That is, you have to put yourself in my shoes. That I really can't lose my children. So I can sacrifice whatever I have just to leave Gaza. So that is our appeal, to open Rafah border for us, to leave, to find another way. I don't know what to say, but I'm not supporting this sentence to allow more families or maybe more people to immigrate from Gaza to go to somewhere else in this world. And I believe in the world there's 193 countries, and I know they are not gonna welcoming even the last story that happened recently. There is 153 families left Gaza to go to South Africa, and in South Africa they stuck in the airport. I don't want this happen to anyone from Gaza, and I'm not supporting the sentence to leave Gaza to immigrate to another country. I support to be here in Gaza, but in the same time I'm very pessimistic, and I'm keep repeating this as that what I have received in the news just 1 hour or 3 hours ago, that Netanyahu, he might return back to fight again, and he might return back to occupy more lands, and even he already took over 52% of Gaza land, as in you can see that there is no more land. And that is the main reason actually that stopped me to not start to any work at the moment, as there is a percentage to return back to war, to return back to genocide, to kill more children in Gaza. I just want to clarify something. In the upcoming days, you will listen a news that 10 soldiers, Israeli soldiers, killed somewhere in Gaza. That will give an excuse for Israel military to start war again. That is the scenario that we're gonna use in the upcoming days. I really don't want to talk about this, but that was everybody in Gaza believe, or how they think. But we still have a hope that might not happen. Hopefully not. But this time I'm really pessimistic after we got a news. So that is your work, my brothers and sisters, all the doctors that who's listening to me and saying, I'm talking from Gaza, keep pressure on Israel to stop the genocide, to stop the war, and let the people in Gaza live in peace, live how, as a human, as these people in the world consider us as a human and let us complete our life as normal. That is my point, my brother. I'm giving you.
Yes, Munder, we don't blame you, and we know the situation is very hard, and we know this is intentional. They do want the people of Gaza to give up. They do want to break their spirit. They do want to make the life in Gaza impossible and make Gaza uninhabitable. This is part of the extermination and annihilation campaign, part of the genocide. And we know Netanyahu and Ben Gvir and 90% of the Israeli society would love that Gaza and every Palestinian will disappear from the face of this earth. But again, that is their wishes, that they are sick people, they're psychopaths, but also we are not helpless. We have the people of good conscience all over the world. We have all the Palestinians inside and outside. And just because that's what they want does not mean that this what will happen. Again, we are not helpless when we have power, and we have to use our voice and our power to foil all their plans. And again, we do not blame anyone in Gaza for whatever
To
they
leave,
think. We
to
know the
immigrants.
situation. We are not in your shoes. Like if I was in Gaza and I worry about my kids, about my safety, and being in a tent and flooding in my tent and not able to feed my kids, I will think exactly the same, like you're thinking, or even worse. Uh, so we cannot blame the people of Gaza if they feel like they are like in a situation, a very tough choice to make, and they would love, many, especially maybe young people, would love to leave, or people who have kids who are worried about their safety and stuff like that. But there are also many people in Gaza who refuse to leave. But whatever it is, staying or leaving in Gaza should be based on the decision of the people on Gaza in normal circumstances. Whatever you said now is not out of your own choice. It is imposed. It's not your own will. It is, they are imposing on you to fear for your life, for your safety, for your children, for all of these. So um, this is actually not a natural decision. They are putting you in circumstances. They call it, Israelis now are calling it voluntary immigration. There is nothing voluntary about this. You are destroying everything about these people and forcing them. This is forced displacement, this forced expulsion. Like whenever they take these detainees and they under torture, they force them to admit or to confess to certain things. This is exactly what they're doing to the people of Gaza. Under these campaigns of starvation, annihilation, destruction of civilian infrastructure, threatening of more bombs and more killing, they are forcing people to make irrational decisions because, I mean, what else can you do? So there is nothing voluntary about this. These are all forced decisions on the people. And we, as you said, we are calling on our colleagues, the citizens of the world, especially in the West, these countries that are giving Israel the impunity to do so. If Israel hears from the world a united decision that this is not allowed, this is criminal, they will be they will be held accountable for their crimes. Believe me, they will stop, but they have to be forced to stop. They will not stop out of their own choice. But we hear you, Monter. We hear everyone in Gaza, and we don't blame you. And inshallah, I mean, hopefully things will be.
Inshallah, we still have a hope.
Yeah.
We believe in God. We
And
believe
I know
that
you don't
one day
want to.
it keeps
Yes.
changing, but in the same time, this is the scenario that Netanyahu gonna use. That is what everyone in this world will see in upcoming days. There is a problem in somewhere in north of Gaza or in south of Gaza. 10 soldiers has been killed, so we have to kill 10,000. Actually, that is my what we believe in Gaza. If you ask the people in Gaza, they will not do anything. Even, okay, in terms of Beit Lahia, I'm talking about in north of Gaza. So many families are still in the south. They are still not moving from the south to the north. Even there are some places in Beit Lahia, considered as in the safe zone. So why this still not returning back? Because we are still waiting for the second stage of the ceasefire. And Netanyahu, he mentioned that we're not going to implement the second stage of the ceasefire until we're going to release the 3 hostages bodies that's still left in Gaza. So our people, our families, the people who's still staying in the south, they still don't have any intention to return back until we see what will happen. And as I can say, that they still keep delaying. We are almost 1 month of the ceasefire, but still keep delaying until we really don't know what will happen next. I want to confirm to you as well that it keeps changing. Anything might happen, but this is the exact scenario that we're gonna. That's the most actually. Hopefully, will not happen, but that's what I can see from what is going in the news. So hopefully, that the world and the media will not believe Netanyahu's statement when any.
He will look for excuses. Yeah, he will.
Yeah, he started to
even
look
if
at
they will
excuses.
manufacture.
It
The
might
world
not
knows that. We know
happen.
that.
There is no soldiers kills,
Yeah.
so that will be excuse to kill 10,000
Yeah.
Palestinian families here.
We know they will always find an excuse to to commit more crimes. And Monder is supposed to start the farm in Beit Lahia. It's going to be a strawberry farm and cucumber and zucchini and all these things. And he's hesitant from to start this because they are worried for the safety and they're worried the ceasefire will be broken. But Monder, mark our word, inshallah, we will have this farm. And you
Inshallah.
and you will be
That
safe.
is
And it's not all up to Israel. Israel is not God. Israel is not destiny. Israel is a crime. And while crimes do exist, they are illegal and they should not be allowed to dictate our destiny, the destiny of Palestine or Gaza or the world. Israel need to be corrected. It is a crime that has been waiting correction for the last 100 years. But thank you, Mondir. We hear you. Stay strong. We'll stay in touch. And again, mark my word, we will have this farm in Beit Lahia.
strawberry
And
farm.
we will
Strawberry farm.
and we will have this well, the one that's there, and we will get the solar panel soon. And
Inshallah.
we will eat all of us from that farm one day soon, inshallah.
And you can write on Google. That is an invitation to everyone to come and visit our very lovely village, Beit Lahia. And you can search on Google, just write Gaza strawberry or Beit Lahia strawberry. You will find the best quality ever in the world. Not because I'm from Beit Lahia, but that is the real truth. You can search and you can write, you just can write on type on Google. That is actually my family farm in Beit Lahia. You can see a very
What
nice
did they use to call Beit Lahia before?
uh
كان اسمها؟
Beit al-Ilah.
Oh no,
That
اسمها
is
عشان
the
الستروبري
place of God.
الاويل كانه الستروبري مثل الاويل او ايش هي شو كان؟
اللي هو red gold.
Oh, the red gold. So Beit Lahia is
Yes.
known as the town of the red gold because of
the best quality, the best tasty
quality, yes,
strawberry in the world. And we
world.
used to export our products from Gaza to global markets. But as you know, because of the war, because of the genocide, we are not allowed actually to go there at the moment. Half of the farms in Beit Lahia, we are banned to be there. I mean, it is restricted areas and considered as dangerous areas. So hopefully,
Nice one.
in
So Beit
upcoming
Lahia and Beit
days,
Hanun, they used to be known the areas of the red gold for the strawberries. And believe it or not, 10 or I think 15 years ago, Gaza was the biggest exporter of flowers in the region to the world.
That's
Flowers.
right.
Gaza was the biggest exporter
Dr.
of flowers
Jabor,
before Israel
I
destroyed
have
it. تفضل Faisal. Yeah, share.
I have a poster about the strawberries in Gaza. Look at
Wow,
that.
That is our product.
Yeah. And these are prints that we sell actually. They were made by Namir Qasim from Jerusalem.
Wow, the red gold. Yeah.
منذر
واعد يا منذر غير المنظر
خلاص, you are invited, all of you, to come to Beit
I
Lahia
already
and
have
taste
I have the
strawberry.
posters. I have the posters to prove it too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Faisal, you're coming to us to Beit Lahia to the strawberry farm.
Yeah.
With Mundir, inshallah. All
There
of
you
you are
go.
invited. And this is a
Inshallah.
promise. This is a promise, Mundir. It will happen. Despite Israel, despite America, despite Marco Rubio, and despite
Hopefully
Germany,
soon.
and despite UK, inshallah. Despite all of them. They
And I
are
have
not
strawberry
Muslims, they are
shortcake.
war criminals. Faisal, you have an event coming up that's very important too. You
Yeah.
and Dr. Karama and a group,
Yeah.
few
On the
groups.
22nd.
Yeah, if you want to share a few things about it, then we go to Dr. Yipeng.
Yeah. So let me
give us some time.
Let me get a poster on the screen here, and then you allow me to share my screen, and I'll do it. Let's see here. Yeah, this is the poster that I'm talking about. Can you see it?
Yes, we see it very clear.
So basically, there's an organization locally here called the Middle East Crisis Committee. They're going to give an award to Dr. Hussam Abu Safiya. It's called the Courage Award of 2025. And in addition to Dr. Karame, Mahmoud Khalil, who's the student from Colombia that was arrested and his story became viral, is going to be the keynote speaker for that event, which is on November 22nd at 3 p.m. It looks like the event is going to be sold out in the next day or so. We have 122 tickets sold after 125. So we may end up carrying it on Zoom also because it's sold out. People won't be able to get any more tickets to attend. And we have a week to go. It's a Saturday on the 22nd. And these are all organizations that are sponsoring, including, as you could see up there, Doctors Against Genocide.
Oh, that's us.
Yeah.
That's a great event. It's good to know that it's already sold out. That's a huge demand. Yeah. And Dr. Hussam and Karama and Mahmoud, they all deserve this. And again, Dr. Hussam Abu Safiya family, unfortunately, were forced to evacuate Gaza. Actually, all of them are outside of Gaza now. The situation of Dr. Hussam himself continued to be miserable. He's still under harsh circumstances. I'm sure being tortured, deprived of medical care. He's at his age, cannot handle, all the conditions that are imposed on him and his colleagues. There are still more than 100 healthcare workers and thousands of Palestinians who are still under detention. The Palestinian hostages, the world should remember there continues to be thousands of Palestinian hostages being tortured, raped, and enduring difficult conditions at the hands of Israel, which is the example of the Western culture in the East. They consider this is the outpost of the Western civilization in the East. It's called Israel, the crime of Israel. Continue to torture more than, I think 8,000 Palestinian hostages, and has been detaining them, torturing them for years and years and years. So it is that outpost of the Western civilization that is evil, that is dark, that is committing the crimes. It is not the other civilization. Let that sink in. Thank you, Faisal. This is a great event. Please add the Zoom part so all of us can attend.
We'll add that.
Yes, inshallah. Yeah. Thank you, Faisal.
By the way, the film that you showed, it looks like it was 20 minutes. You think that's something suitable for screening on our Saturday film series?
Yeah, I think we should connect you with Dr. Kareem.
Yeah, if you don't mind, connect me. I'd like to see if we can do it. Any place I can see it again? Because I had some visitors came in, I missed it. I missed that part. It's there on our YouTube and
Okay,
it's there on
yeah.
our YouTube and LinkedIn. Yeah.
Yeah, if you can connect me with the doc, that'll
Sure.
be great. Thank you.
Inshallah, Faisal. Thank you, Faisal. And
Yeah.
Dr. Yipeng is finally here. Do you have anything? So Dr.
Yes.
Yipeng, he participated in the American Public Health Association meeting last week, and
other things, many other things.
many. I mean, yeah. I
Many
mean,
other
he's a very busy guy. So thank
This
you for
was just
joining.
one thing. He
Better
was in the
late.
tribunal.
better
And
late
here's
than never.
Maisa. Maisa comes only when Yipeng comes.
No, I'm always here.
The
But I just
dynamic
want-
duo. We are you.
But
Yes,
Maisa
united.
said that Maisa saying that you're too busy for us now. What's happening?
I was just going to ask about the tribunal because you were there.
Oh, okay.
I was there yesterday. Yeah, I can talk about it.
Yeah.
It seems you have very
yeah,
exciting experiences. Share with us, please.
Yeah, I'll try to summarize quickly because there's also the American Public Health Association. Yeah, exactly. I can mention what happened to Richard Falk, but the American Public Health Association.
Munder, can you mute Munder, please? Can you mute your phone? Because
Yeah.
Okay.
So I had the privilege of presenting on a panel with a few others at the American Public Health Association about and we talked about the genocide in Gaza. There were a few different sessions about Gaza, about Palestine, and it was really good to be with like-minded people who work in public health, who continue to organize within that association to push Palestine, to push the genocide in Gaza, and really, like public health professionals should absolutely be talking about the genocide in Gaza. Like if we talk about structural determinants, social determinants, what is more pressing than genocide, right? Like when genocide creates the conditions that make life unlivable because of the destruction of all these different things that are necessary for life, like food systems, water systems, housing systems, healthcare systems. I think public health professionals should be at the front line about talking about genocide, and unfortunately they are not, and they have done even more so wrong by repressing and actually kicking out one of the main organizers for Palestine within the association, Dr. Amy Hagopian, and she was at the conference outside of it, telling people, ask me why I've been kicked out of the American Public Health Association. So I think this was reminiscent for me of the work that Doctors Against Genocide was doing at the South African conference on genocide studies, because we shouldn't cede any ground. We should take up space, but also call out institutions when they're racist, especially anti-Palestinian racism. And we do it from the inside and we do it from the outside. And we take every opportunity to talk about Palestine, to talk about the genocide, and also connect the struggles for collective liberation across many different places, including Sudan and Congo and Tigray. And how do we connect those struggles, especially from that lens of public health? There have been many things that have happened over the past couple of days, but I do want to mention the Palestine Tribunal on Canadian Responsibility, which took place in Ottawa, which is our capital in Canada, yesterday and the day before. And it was organized by legal experts and scholars. But I think the really important thing for me when I was witnessing the tribunal was that it centered the voices of genocide survivors from Palestine. And it interwove these testimonies with other testimonies from the perspective of legal experts, scholars, students and activists, people that study the military-industrial complex, people that study how Canadian charities are so heavily complicit and enabling of how taxpayer dollars goes to illegal settlements and the Israeli military. So the full tribunal is available online to watch and review, and I would really recommend it, especially if you're tuning in and you are a Canadian citizen or you live in Canada, because there's really good material there to push
our members of parliament, our companies, our states to end the complicity. And the complicity, unfortunately, runs very, very deep in Canada. I think oftentimes the excuse that people say, and people have said directly to me who are members of parliament, is, oh, but we're Canada, we can't do much, and also we're not that complicit compared to the US. Well, that's actually entirely false and untrue. There's many ways that Canada supports the Israeli apartheid and genocide through like direct ties, through purchasing of weapons and like spike missiles and drones. And these are things that are actively being used to not only kill Palestinians in Gaza, but have killed Canadian Palestinians, have killed Canadian humanitarian workers like Jacob Flickinger in that World Central Kitchen convoy, targeted airstrike by the Israeli military over a year and a half ago. And so I would really recommend kind of reviewing some of that material, because it will live on as archival material that there are people here in Canada that refuse to see our governments, our companies, the things that are happening in our own backyard, including creating the materials and the weapons and the components that go into drones and fighter jets that are allowing the genocide to continue. One of the most, strangest things that happened to Richard Falk, who attended the tribunal. He is a past UN Special Rapporteur on the human rights situation in Palestine. And on his 95th birthday, when he came to Canada a few days ago, he was detained, questioned by the Canadian authorities, and directly questioned about what his involvement would be with this conference, and directly questioned about what his opinions are about Israel, right? And I think for me, this was very interesting because, many times we talk about how the U.S. border, the U.S. border that, the U.S. border, but this kind of like fascist colonial tactics are being used in Canada as well. And he was able to be let in after 4 hours of questioning. And once again, he's 95, and it was on his 95th birthday that this happened. So the truth tellers face so much repression, but once again, the repression that takes the form of anti-Palestinian racism that is the most egregious is the targeted destruction and killing of healthcare workers, Palestinian healthcare workers in Palestine, in Gaza. This kind of silencing and repression, I think we cannot forget about, as many have already, as Dr. Jubour, you've already mentioned, right? The healthcare workers that remain detained, like Dr. Hassam Abu Safia, but the many thousands who have been killed, and this is all connected. Like, we have to understand our solidarity efforts with Palestinian healthcare workers in Gaza, in Palestine, as the necessary thing to move not only the dial forward towards Palestinian liberation, but for liberation of all peoples, because this kind of repression, if we allow it to continue to happen, we are so all less safe because of it. Maybe I'll end it there, and if there's any kind of questions about the tribunal or about the public health conference, I think I'm very I'm hopeful in some ways, because there's so many people that are doing really important work in documenting these crimes, like by the Canadian government. One of the other panels I forgot to mention, I mean, there's so many panels. Like, there's a panel on media complicity, there's a panel on immigration, the immigration system in Canada, and how the Canadian federal court has even ruled that, Canada has no obligation to help its own like Canadian, Palestinian Canadian people in Gaza, leave, for example. And so the ways in which the Palestine exception is showing itself in all these different sectors means we have to push so very hard and document everything, archive it all, because one day, and the day will come, where these institutions will say, "Oh yeah, we were always against this," and we will have all the receipts to say, "No, you were not," and we demand justice and we demand accountability, and all the people who stood in our way for justice and for accountability, for ending complicity, they must be named. We will have our receipts, and we will fight for justice and accountability for Palestinians, both living and dead.
Yipeng, do you have the link? Can you drop the link to the tribunal? I can share it with the.
Yes, I can drop it in the chat.
Maisa, I think you also have another initiative in Canada, something, a petition or a group of organization joining to do something, if you wanna.
Oh, the
talk about
media advisory, the press release. Yeah. So in Canada, there's several advocacy organizations, medical advocacy organizations that form the coalition of healthcare organizations, united against genocide. So I think this is great because we can strategize collectively on our advocacy efforts and use our communities' influence to push forward our demands. So we've done a few letters so far, and I think it's better to do it collectively as opposed to individual organizations. This way we can actually reach momentum faster. Thanks, Yipeng. I'll share the
Yeah.
link.
I know, Dr. Sui, you have a question. So thank you, Yipeng. As you said, any attack on a humanity anywhere is an attack on a humanity everywhere. The attack on Palestinian humanity, Sudanese humanity, Congo humanity is an attack on our humanity here. Any dehumanization of any human being in the world is dehumanization of us. It's making the worth of our life, wherever we are, whether we are in the east or the west, less valuable and disposable at the benefit of those benefiting from these crimes. And Canada and other countries are supporting the genocide in so many ways, including, direct support and weapons and impunity and diplomatic cover. But I want to also bring what Gore mentioned one time: genocide through bureaucracy. Canada is very complicit in this genocide through bureaucracy, because many Canadian Palestinians and their families in Gaza are not allowed in Canada because they have to fill these hundreds and hundreds of forms that they don't have access to. How do you expect someone in Gaza to get access for, finger printing and all these things that they don't have? This is a genocide through bureaucracy. I wanted to mention this because this is really a good term we need to keep in mind. Gore, our colleague from Canada, he's a media specialist. He mentioned that in one of his reports. We need to keep mentioning it. Now we want to hear from the UK. What questions does the UK has for Canada? Because UK should control Canada or something, or they
No,
have
no.
some
This
unique
same,
relationship.
it's just same old question, because I think Dr. Yipeng, you missed the presentation on this BMJ article about complicity of IMA doctors in torturing Palestinian prisoners. Okay. And we are lobbying the BMA to take action with the WMA to get rid of the IMA. Okay. But that's only on one side. But because this article is so timely, it's just been written and just came out a week ago, and it is quite a good place summarizing everything, that you maybe should consider your own medical association. I think you have a Canadian Medical Association to take the same step as the BMA. Might work, might not work. It might be hard work and it invite a lot of repercussion on you. But I think just through the process of using this article and associated references to bring attention to the Canadian doctors that this is what the Israelis are doing. And if our own medical association do not take action, then we become, we are actually covering the action of the IMA. I mean, it is a question of moral responsibility. Yeah.
I think there's a meeting with the CMA that the coalition has arranged. And I think Yipeng, you mentioned you will be attending, so I'm sure you're gonna have a lot to say, especially that you have previous experience being on the board of the CMA. So maybe you can share with us some of
you have the link. I think the link is on this website. I'm sure if you just Google the BMA and you read the article, it's not too difficult to read. Okay, and it's quite it summarizes it very well.
Yeah,
I think these are things we can do.
Yeah, I do take that recommendation.
Yeah.
It's very helpful, I think. Yeah, but I was on the Canadian Medical Association board
Fantastic.
in
It's the right
2023.
person. Yeah.
And it was like it was an awful experience just to even have a conversation about I was on the board when when Israel hit Al Ahli Baptist Hospital on October 17th, 2023. And I
worked at the
messaged,
hospital.
the board to be like, hey, maybe we should say bombing hospitals is bad. Instead, a few weeks later, they did nothing. They didn't call out that. Instead, they took me into a legal mediation to say your social media posts about Palestinian human rights are anti-Semitic, hateful, incite violence, support terrorism. And so it was very disappointing to see how entrenched Zionism is within the Canadian Medical Association. But it doesn't mean we give up. It means we definitely push them and hold them accountable. Absolutely.
No, times change because in February, in April, I was invited by the BMA medical students to talk to the annual conference. Okay, and it represents a whole country, all the deaneries, 200 of it. They canceled me. Okay, they canceled me, and so big hoo-ha and so on and so forth. 2 months later, we have the early representative kind of meeting among the BMA, all the sub-branches and so on and so forth, and they voted that the BMA has to take effort against the IMA. So I think times are changing, especially with the famine in Gaza. It is so disgusting that I think, killing people by bombs, somehow we are conditioned to accept it because it's collateral, right? It's Hamas. But starving people to death in front of the whole world, it is cumulative. So you already get attacked. So it make it very tough, okay? I think the more attacks you get, tougher you get, okay?
Yeah.
Just think about it. Yeah.
Do you want to share more? Anything going on in the UK, Dr. Swee? Anything we can support in the UK?
Right now, a lot of things, but one big thing that's going on is that the UK lawyers has actually lodged complaints of anti-Semitism, borderline terrorism, and so on, and they're going to take Ghassan Abu Sita to court next year in January in Manchester. So that will be a big one to fight. Apart from that, and also our NHS is implementing Palantir. We are buying Tiva. So there's a big battle on our hands. The other thing is our doctors have decided that they're going to sell cakes to raise money for medical aid for Palestinians, and the hospitals are canceling it. So we are becoming like the USA.
So, yeah, I mean, I think we've been saying this all along that genocidaires do not stop on their own. And the more impunity they have, the more they're allowed, their crimes continue to get worse and worse. And so they end up exposing themselves even in a more brutal and more, disgusting way. That's why we have to keep up the pressure. I agree with you, Dr. Swee and Dr. Yipeng, that their crimes are becoming unbearable even by their friends, and we need to leverage this and keep up the pressure because history is not pre-written. It's not a destiny. History is something we can write.
Yes.
There are genocidaires on one side, that is Israel, the Israeli society, the Israeli army, the Israeli leaders, and their supporters in the West. And there are, on the other side, the people of good conscience all over the world. So the fight continues, and it depends how much work we put in this, how much resilient we continue to be, how much we keep pushing, that will decide what's going to happen. It is not pre-written. It is not, it's up to us to write history. It's up to us to hold the criminals accountable. It's up to us to create a better world, even for them,
Yeah,
because they
true.
are irrational. They are psychopaths. What they're doing is terrible for them, for their country, for their people, for their whatever they stand for, whether ethnicity or religion, whatever it is. This is going to go down in history as the worst thing that ever happened in their name. So we're not just saving humanity and saving ourselves. We are, in a way, saving them because they're sick, they're irrational, they don't have the moral capacity to think outside the this huge criminality that they are the cycle that they're going through. So thank you everyone. And before Iman and Dania leaves, we know we are going to DC. We have a visit to DC to the Congress next week. If Iman and Dania, you want to also talk about this, please. We need people to join us. Actually, this time we will be having one of our biggest contingencies, as Karama mentioned. Many doctors, healthcare workers are joining us in DC, and we would love to have more. And Iman and Dania always work around the clock to make sure that this is very organized, that we have enough appointments, enough meetings, and that everything goes smooth as scheduled. And we were thinking about actually having a press conference on the day off in the morning. تفضل Iman and Dania, if you want to share more about this coming
Assalamu
action.
alaikum, everyone. Yeah, just as Nadal had said, we've got at least 40 people who are coming on Wednesday, but the more the better. So if you can join us, even if it's just for part of the day, please let us know. We are working on appointments, and as Nadal mentioned, we're trying to work on a possible press conference. For those of you guys who are coming, we are still hearing back from offices, and so we will have something out to you soon about who we're seeing and information about them. We're really focusing. There's a lot of stuff that we want to focus on in the short time that we have, but our main demands are going to be unrestricted aid to Gaza, unrestricted access, continued support for the Block the Bombs, House Resolution 3565, the release of the 16-year-old American citizen Mohammed Ibrahim, halting demolitions in Masriyata, Tulkarm, and the rest of the West Bank, recognizing the genocide, which is House Resolution 876 that Representative Tlaib has put forth. This one's going to be very important, especially, based on kind of like what Yipeng has been talking about, like, really, getting on record, like who has been behind, like who has been saying, yes, this is a genocide and willing to put their name down and all of that, and those people that have been silent. And then we're also going to try to, mention, ending the war in Sudan. So we have a lot on our plate for that day, but, we are definitely up for it. I don't know, Danny, if you want to say anything else.
Yeah, I'll just add that there is a lot of legislative action happening behind the scene. I just think because there's such repression on the other side, we don't hear about it. So please, just take a more intentional approach into looking at who's backing what in your states and your representatives, because of the backlash they receive and the round of the clock repression. You often don't hear about these things. Like, there are people within U.S. Congress that are working to prevent the annexation. They just need us, the Americans, to support them on these actions, because when they vote on these, they have to show that this is what constituents want, and this is, I'm representing them. So I feel like a lot of people feel burnt out. A lot of people feel like everything kind of just feels at a standstill. But we really need your voices, and they need to just continue being amplified, and just making sure that this fragile ceasefire. And just one more thing I'd like to add: tomorrow at the United Nations, there's going to be a vote. There's going to be a resolution that the United States is introducing about occupying Gaza. And this is just a very dangerous precedent. So I just want everybody on the call to be aware of this. These are the same people who vetoed every ceasefire. So for them to pretend that they care about any kind of peace or for the Palestinian people's liberation, like we should not and will not fall for it. So just be on the lookout for that resolution that's happening tomorrow in New York City, okay? And we'll see everybody on Wednesday. We're working around the clock to make sure everybody's going to be, prepared with notes to go in there and kind of represent as best as we can be.
And there's gonna be a lot of work and also a lot of good food. Food from a Gazawi restaurant in DC. So anyone who comes will have the opportunity to eat a Gazawi meal at Al Bawadi Hospital in Washington, DC. Thank you, Dania and Iman, for this work. You are the liberators of Washington, DC. So thank you for leading this work, both of you. And we are joined by the real Dr. Dani Ritchie now. We heard from her movement twin, but now we get an opportunity to hear from her directly. Dani, ahla wa sahla.
Hi. I just wanted to, you had asked me to talk about APHA too, so I had thought that I would just add a little bit. Yipeng, where was the, what section? Because I did not know about your talk, and I was also at APHA. What section did you present?
I'm sorry. Yeah, it's such a big conference.
Yeah, 11,000 people.
It was organized part of the Peace Caucus, and I think it was in also kind of like advertised through International Health. But I've learned that this is the two areas where there are some good people that are pushing.
Yeah, I tend to focus on a Spirit of 1848, and so I didn't hear it because I was there a short time. But I wanted to talk a little bit about Amy Hannibal, because there was a demonstration in response to her being released. So just for you to know, she's a professor emeritus at the University of Washington School of Public Health. And she worked on specializing in conflict, in health, homelessness, health workers, planning, rural health, and global health policy. She was basically excommunicated. She was on the International Health Committee, and they removed her from that because of her protest in Palestine. So there's an article about it. She was part of the Palestine Health Justice Working Group, and actually 2023, even though they've been working on statements about Palestine since 2008, in 2023, with the onset of what happened in Gaza, they persuaded APHA Governing Council to adopt a one-sentence Gaza ceasefire statement. And but it was done through what's considered a late-breaking resolution or policy statement, and then it has to go back to be approved the following year. And what happened was that the following year, when they were stymied by a 14-member board that voted unanimously to block the council on considering a longer, more reasoned statement on Palestine health justice. So I just for you to have it, it's probably kind of long and people probably don't want to, won't have time to read it, but the mission of the they were also chastised about the mission of the Palestine health justice. So I see if I can, no, they won't let me paste it, but, or even her article. So there was a rally on Sunday. People walked out of the main talk, so the opening presentation, and DAG was there represented. I was there. Deep was there, Athena was there, and one other person who's not part of DAG but is affiliated with a healthcare workers for Palestine. And it wasn't very large considering that there were 11,000 people, but still there was some very strong talk. I would also, there was a paper that really talked about what is the main aim of the United States being in Palestine. Another thing that was important is in a statement that Amy made, talking about what to do when your professional association breaks your heart, is important for us to consider our professional organizations and how quiet they have been. And this was an example of how quiet they've been. But she wrote, APHA's own code of ethics requires practitioners to mediate structural and institutional forms of domination that arise from inequalities related to voice, power, and wealth. But at the same time, so it's difficult for public health to promote health justice at the transactional level if it does not take steps to promote it at the structural and institutional levels as well. And no one could argue that remaining neutral on Israel, bombing of schools, hospitals, murder, journalists, imprisonment of Palestinian doctors is consistent with our code of ethics. Yet the organization has failed on multiple occasions over 15 years to pass statements on how Israel's occupation undermines Palestine. So it is in the code of ethics for us to take a stance, but then they block it and they're complicit. But another person responding to the code of ethics, though, notes that it is on the individual level, that this code of ethics is on the individual level. So it makes it a personal level instead of an institutional level responsibility. And I think that we should be thinking about, and we talk about it, but we really need to think about how our institutions may, give lip service to the actions that we should be taking, as this the code of ethics so rightly says, but then blocks it because it allows the institutions to be complicit because they don't take institutional responsibility. And I just wanted to mention that in following up on APHA and what they were doing in terms of Palestine.
This is a huge meeting. Next year, we should all be there, actually. Please give us maybe enough time so we can prepare. And I think Karama has even more, this time, pleasant news to share about this meeting. One of the Palestinian doctors got an award there.
The Peace Caucus, Socialist Caucus, Spirit of 1848. There are the Medical Caucus are the most progressive caucuses. And but it's huge. There's not the caucus, so there's sections, and one that Ramana was talking about is the community health worker section. They're just it's massive, but there are some really progressive voices, and there are people that are constantly pushing and expecting APHA to do better.
Yeah, so Dr. Jirmanus, who is a personal friend of ours, we know her very well. She received the 2025 American Public Health Association Disability Section Health Equity Award. And Dr. Aude is the founder of Happy Child, which is an organization in the West Bank that serves children with disability, especially children with autism. And she has been recognized for her work that has been modeled throughout the world. And in her acceptance speech, she dedicated her award to the children of Palestine with disability, to their mothers who make miracles every day, And she acknowledged that this honor is not hers alone, but it honors the sumud, the steadfastness, the Palestinian steadfastness, and the belief that every child has a right in life and in health. And she also reflected on what is happening to the children of Gaza is a humanitarian and health catastrophe that is unprecedented. So Dr. Jumana is a friend, and she's an excellent pediatrician who has always been an advocate for children. So I'm very glad that she was recognized by the American Public Health Association. And it just tells us that nothing is a lost hope. There are people who appreciate the good work, who appreciate the suffering of the Palestinian people, the suffering of all the children in the world, and we know who is behind this harassment and who's behind the censorship and who's behind the silencing of everyone, of Yipeng, of Dr. Amy Gopian, uh, all of us. We know who they are. They are working as an agents for the Israeli government, and they weaponize anti-Semitism against any voice of dissent. And they are very organized, they are very synchronized, and they intimidate others, and they use all kinds of tactics to put fear in the heart of everyone who opposes them. And there are very willing participants who are very willing to be complicit, to be conformist, and not to push back. Unfortunately, this, we're realizing that this is a description of our profession. We are a profession of conformists who will just do what they are told without critical thinking. So it's fine to be conformist, but when it comes to human lives and when it comes to genocide, I think that's the red line. That's when we should draw the line. We cannot be conformist in denying genocide.
Yeah, thank you, Karama. As Yiping said, we should not cede any space. We should be inside, we should be outside, and we should use every opportunity. And as you said, they have been working on this for decades. They are very organized, they are very powerful, but we are not less able than them. We are strong, we are powerful, we are smart, and we are more committed. And on top of all of this, we have the truth on our side. We have the right call for humanity on our side. We have the moral compass on our side. That's why we are going to win. But again, we cannot win by sitting at home and by doing nothing and by, leaving everything for them to dictate. So, yeah, Yiping, yes. Yiping wants to fire things up. Go ahead, Yiping.
No. I just want to say something really briefly. Following up with what you were saying, Dr. Jubor, is we have love on our side. I've been thinking a lot about love. Like to fight for justice, to fight for Palestinian liberation, to fight for collective liberation of all peoples. It's a movement of love. And when we're talking about people who support Israel, people who are Zionists, who hold Zionist ideologies, this is hate. This is hate of the other. This is hate of indigenous peoples. And there's only so much, you can only be fueled by hate for so long, and it wears down the body, wears down the soul. But love is endless, and we will keep fighting for liberation for all peoples, because we are carried forward and fueled by love and compassion for all peoples.
So they have supremacy and hate on their side, and we have love and truth and justice and the humanity and the common good for everyone on our side. That's why we should not stop. We should not succumb to their tactics, to their pressure, to their power, because there is so much at stake to lose. They are devoid of love. They are full of hate and supremacy and greed. And they should not be the ones who dictate the future for all of us. Not for us, not for our children, not for the victims anywhere in the world. It is up to us to decide. History is not pre-written. We are writers of history, every single one of us. We don't need to have too many skills. We only need to believe, as Yipeng said, that we have love and humanity on our side. Believe and dream big, because we are going to win, inshallah. So thank you. Imad, are you still there? Dr. Imad Abu Arab from the Independent Republic of Michigan. تفضل يا Dr. Imad.
Hello, assalamu alaikum. Good to see
Yes,
everybody.
alaikum salam.
My mom just went back to Lebanon yesterday, so
Oh, wow.
she's back in the Bekaa Valley and doing wonderfully. So I'm happy that she's back.
Salam, inshallah.
Yeah, thank you, Allah. Just I want to echo everybody's sentiments. I'm just excited to be kind of back involved with the group. I'm looking forward to Wednesday. We have a big coalition there, and we're going to do a lot of good work. Dr. Yipeng and myself will be talking at Guelph University at the People's Conference in Canada in the end of the month as well. So we're looking forward to do some good work.
Great.
And the conference agreed to share our timeline that we had at our conference of the healthcare worker attacks, and so they're going to share that at that conference as well. So,
wow, that's good. Good updates. Good luck.
Thank you, Adnan and Yipeng.
So we're expanding to Canada. Yipeng got our back.
Yipeng is taking the independent,
the North Stars,
of the
North
Independent
Stars.
Republic
North
of
Star.
Michigan.
That's... Anar, are you there, Anar? Anar? Oh, the
Here.
Independent
With my
State or Republic of California now. Go ahead, Anar.
Yes, I joined a little bit late, but as always, so incredible to hear the work that you're doing, to see the videos. I look forward to seeing those in more detail on the YouTube channel. And very quotable, Dr. Yipeng. Love is endless. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I don't know if Jonathan is with us or not, because I called upon him earlier. Jonathan, are you there? Dr. Jonathan from the UK.
Hello, Nidal. Hi.
Hi, how are you? Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. I'm sorry I don't have my camera on. I'm not very well. I have a bit of flu, so I'm watching from my bed. But I just wanted to say,
before you go, in Arabic we say salamtek. Salamtek means we wish you well. We wish you well and speedy recovery. So please, everyone, start to learn a few Arabic words, native languages.
yes, thank you. It's
away from the genocidal languages like Hebrew and
exactly.
and
I just wanted to say it's been a fantastic session today. I thought the video about the pediatrician in Gaza, I'm sorry, I forget her name, and her husband was
Dr. Fedaa.
Yes, it was so heartwarming and so inspiring, and they were just an incredible couple and an incredible family. It was really so touching and inspiring. I just wanted to say something about what Dr. Sui had talked about, and in relation to the very important paper in the British Medical Journal documenting the extent of the torture, and most importantly, the complicity of the Israeli Medical Association and Israeli doctors in what's going on, and what an important issue this is. And as Dr. Sui was saying, we need to take this up internationally. We need to put pressure on the World Medical Association. And if they're not going to do anything, absolutely, we should call on national medical associations to boycott them, because these international organizations are hiding behind, I don't know what it is that they need to actually find a conscience and a soul and a heart to speak out against genocide, which is happening in front of our faces, and their colleagues are dying in front of them, getting tortured in front of them, and yet they keep their mouths shut. It's just beggars belief. And I think it's time now that we put as much pressure as we can on the international medical community. You know, the public, the politicians, the media, they listen to we doctors. Doctors are held in high regard, and our voice is very important. And therefore, you know, if we are able to put pressure on them to speak out, I think it can have a big impact. And as Dr. Sui has said, you know, within the British Medical Association, we managed at the recent annual meeting to get resolutions passed which criticized Israel, which called for the cutting of links with the Israeli Medical Association, which condemned the repression of healthcare workers in this country for speaking out against the genocide, which is a big problem. And the other thing to tell people on the call is that our government here has recently decided it's going to effectively mount an assault against Palestinian solidarity within our health service. They're going to implement the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance definition of anti-Semitism, IHRA, which we all know is just a document there to protect Israel. It's got nothing to do with stopping anti-Semitism. They want to ban all symbols, badges, kefirs, a ribbon in your hair, a watermelon picture on your computer screen. That's all anti-Semitic. You can't do that. And the other thing they want to do is make what they call enhanced anti-Semitism training part of the core skills training framework, which here in the UK is the mandatory training you have to do, and you have to complete it successfully. So if, for example, you say that you disagree with the fact that criticizing Israel and the genocide is anti-Semitic, or you take an anti-Zionist position, you fail your training, and then you don't pass, your career is in jeopardy. So we are fighting many battles, but there's a lot of concern and mobilization at this end. People are not taking it sitting down or lying down. We are organizing and fighting back, and we'll keep Dag posted about our progress. And I just wanted to thank you again for a really great session and a really informative and helpful session today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you for sharing this. I don't know why I'm still on the mailing list for the AMA, American Medical Association. And it seems they had a meeting yesterday, and the president of the AMA, this is the largest medical association in the world, made a speech yesterday, Dr. Mokamala. So his speech, he's saying that, hold on, please. This is very interesting. Tonight, that's him saying, I challenge every physician in this room, let us be healers. Yes, let us be warriors when necessary. Warriors when we need to fight for our patients, fight for our colleagues, fight for the future of medicine. That's his message. Their demand, do you know what's their demand? Number one demand.
Stop burnout.
No, fight the decline in Medicare payment rates for doctors. That is the future of medicine for the American the biggest medical association in the world. That's all I mean, when he said we need to fight, I thought, oh my God, maybe he's starting to talk about fighting the genocide or fighting for humanity or fighting for justice. It seems they only fight. They want doctors to only fight when their payments is in jeopardy. That's the only fight they care about. They are turning medicine into a business, into an industry.
Is there another demand, or that's only one?
The other demand is stop the government interference in the exam room, changes to the HB1 visa. That's it.
That's it? These are the three demands?
Three demands. We will fix the future of medicine. That's it. There's nothing wrong with medicine.
Make them healers, heroes, fighters.
Fight. Yes, I thought. Oh
Dr. Jabor,
in
Arabic, we say تمخض الجمل وولد فأرا.
أيوه بالضبط.
Please translate. What on earth did
The camel got pregnant and gave birth to a little mouse.
Oh wow. Oh.
No, camel actually went through labor. That's like a massive labor, and then give birth to a mouse.
Yeah, I
Oh,
know.
I really
difficult
got
labor.
excited. Like, I mean, the president calling for us to fight, to be healers, to advocate for medicine, future medicine. I thought, oh my God.
Nothing about ICE, nothing about nothing
Post
about
one,
Why
we
the
should do
Medicare
an Instagram post nothing about migrants, immigrants, or what's happening to the people in the street.
No, just 3 demands. I told
SNAP,
you. the future of
nothing about food stamps that are being cut from people who are poor.
Oh yeah, exactly. Healthcare. The
Look,
people have
I
no
mean,
insurance.
I'm in
I'm trying to
disbelief.
look. Well, I've been reading it for the last 5 minutes, going back and forth, trying to find something for them.
Oh, seriously, والله, I
is
swear
really
this
But I
pathetic.
like
is
that.
so
Finally,
embarrassing. It is so
yes,
embarrassing.
we have to
Remember when
fight.
we
We
went
have
to
to fight.
AMA, the signs were, we fight for you, we fight for physician burnout.
Yeah.
What is this? And Medicaid payment, and prior authorization. We fight for better
Maternity for
prior
mice.
authorization.
They need a new maternity department for mice.
Eileen, are you there? Eileen? I don't know if she's there or not. Eileen, are you there? Eileen?
Muted and not off camera.
Yeah. Okay, so we have 2 Danny Riches here. Good. We
Good.
need more. We need more of
We
you.
can
Next
use
time,
more Danny
next
Ritchie.
time, come with 3. Spread the link to other people. So we'll have 3 or 4, 5, 10 Danny Riches. We need more of you. Are you coming to DC, Danny?
Yes, and I've been trying to tell him, and then I didn't get the sign-up sheet, so
Oh,
I
okay.
hope I'm on the list.
You're
You know,
always on the list, Danny.
yeah, exactly. You know where to find us. You know the drill. You've been there every single time.
Okay, all right.
Okay, guys.
I'll see you,
Anyone else?
seeing you on Tuesday and Wednesday.
Roxana.
Oh, Roxana.
When I don't want you to call on me, you call
Yeah,
on me.
I know.
And then
Sometimes,
this
yeah.
time, I have something to say. Okay, so hold on. Martha wanted me to say something, so this counts as 2 actually. So so she said,
Do you
sorry,
have,
and
do you
now
have a
something,
signed, do you have a
what?
signed consent from her to share whatever you're gonna share?
Do I have who's Martha's consent?
Yeah.
Maybe not. I don't know. It's a mystery.
Go
You
ahead.
know me. You know
Let's
me.
see
I don't
this.
always follow the rules. And now this poodle that was sleeping is wanting to come on my head. She was sleeping the whole time. So from Martha, she said she wasn't feeling well and she needed to lay down. And then she also wanted to say that she loved how you guys highlighted the fundraising. And let's keep that cause going because Christmas is coming. And I'll just piggyback on that because there's something I wanted to add to that. But this still counts as Martha's and I have my own for once. Is that, I obviously don't, you guys know, I don't think it's like a holiday season or, anyone that knows me knows that. But regardless, since this country feels like it is, and every time I go to TJ Maxx, there's like people with shopping carts up to here. But regardless, I think DAG has built a lot of credibility over the years and people do believe like they have all these questions. Well, how does the money get in? Well, how this, how that? Like, I'm from Iran and I know that it's not easy for us to, like, if my family in Iran has a business, it's not, you can't just you have to do a third way. I know it's complicated. This is obviously far more complicated, but regardless, that credibility is there and that's thanks to you guys. So I know people donate, but I think it's important to either, as gifts, do give the gift of it. Like, I'm not into the whole season at all, but if I'm going to do something, you're going to get a donation to Palestine or to Congo or whatever, one of your guys' projects. And then one could also encourage others, hey, what is the best idea for a gift, and get them into it. So that's Martha's. And I guess I hijacked hers a little bit. And then so 2 things on my end. One, I want to read a poem that Dahlia put up, but also I just wanted to say that yesterday, or I guess today when I was up at 4 a.m, and I'm seeing these images of the flooding and the rain in Gaza, it enraged me. It's not that everything has not been enraging, but it enraged me and made me so angry because even for one day, that's unacceptable. I know we're all on the same page, but it was enraging that because we know, like, I personally just don't like rain, but when I am in the rain, I have that option, as do all of us, to come inside and change and to just be miserable in there. And then to add it on top of the genocide and the trauma and the losses is just completely unacceptable. I don't care what race, faith, religion, etc. anyone is behind. I was just so enraged. Okay, that's that. And then Dahlia, for those that don't know, and I do think everyone should follow her. She has beautiful poetry. I've been following her from day one. She lives in Germany. She's half Iranian and half Palestinian. And just like me, she can't go back to Iran for standing up there on the right side as well. And so her Instagram handle is at Dalia.Lina, and we could put it, someone can put it in the chat, but it's DALIAH.LINA. But there's one that she wrote last night, and I told her I really loved it. I actually didn't tell her I'm going to do this, but she'll be fine with it. So I'm going to read it, and I'm not obviously going to read it the way she would, but I just want to read it. So, Israel has the right to exist as an example in psychology books, showing what cognitive dissonance can turn a colony into, how a project built on violence teaches itself to call it peace, how a narrative repeated loud enough can drown out the screams beneath it. They defended my oppressor's right to exist, while I am left wondering how a world can hold their story so gently and hold mine like something it expects to break. Israel has the right to exist as a lesson on how oppression always turns inward and devours its maker.
Thank you, Roxana. That's very powerful. This is very powerful. Thank you for sharing this. And thank you for sharing, also reminding us with the fundraisers. Please, we need your help. Thank you, Anar and Jonathan and everyone for your generosity. Again, we need to keep up the good work. We need to speak up. We need to mobilize. We need to organize. We need to donate. We need to write. We need to brainstorm. We need to go to DC. We need to go to our local elected officers and officials. We need to go to the AMA, the American Public Health Association, all medical associations, all of them who are complicit, and they only care about how much money they're making. تمخض الجمل أو الجبل فولد فأرا. Yes.
Now I understand.
Yes, exactly. Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. After this long silence, when they asked for fighting, we thought they mean the real fight. It ended up being that they want more money to add to the pockets of doctors who are already getting enough and more than enough compared to the millions of people who are hardly making things or ends meet in the United States and the West and many other places, and the immigrants who are in the streets and being disappeared and arrested, the communities that doesn't have health care, the poor neighborhoods that doesn't have access to health or good education, and all what our AMA care about is how much money they want to make themselves. Although he said we want to, advocate for our patients, but they mentioned to add that to the demands. So they are just using it as an empty slogan to get legitimacy to ask for more money. But anyway, thank you everyone. Keep up the good fight. And I know it's long. It's 4 hours, 25 minutes. If you want to add for another 5 minutes to make it 4:30, or we can end now and meet all of you. Tomorrow we might have a meeting for those who are going to DC at 8 o'clock. Actually, sorry if I forgot about that, Dania and Iman. Since we have many people coming, new people coming this time, maybe we have a Zoom meeting at 8 to kind of go over them, how the process work for people coming to DC. And again, we'll remind you there's a lot of things to learn by being there, at least getting used to this. And also, it's the right thing to do. And there is food from a Gazawi restaurant. So many reasons for everyone to join us this coming Tuesday and Wednesday, DC, Washington. And the demands are unlimited access of aid to our people in Gaza, the aid, the shelters, the tents, everything is there. They just need to allow it in. It is not a natural disaster, and the aid is already there. It's intentionally held and obstructed from going in by the genocidal criminal state of Israel and its supporters all over the world, the psychopaths. And we need to advocate for the people in the West Bank who are experiencing the settler violence and evictions, demolitions, and Masafir Yatta and all over the place in West Bank. We need to advocate for Sudan, for Congo. And also, we want to urge more senators and representatives to sign the Stop the Bombs, resolution, and also the new resolution that was introduced by Senator Rashida Tlaib about acknowledging the genocide. This is very important, and we want every politician to sign it. Otherwise, we can declare that they themselves are complicit in enabling and erasing the genocide. They live in denial, and we should not allow it. It's already too late, but if we
I
can
just
have.
want to say something before.
Totally. Yeah, I want to talk more to get 5 minutes. So please, you have 3 more minutes, 2 more minutes.
1 minute. I just want to say, to give a shout out to the YouTube viewers who are on YouTube every week. They tune in and they are very active. And we appreciate your comments. We appreciate the support. We appreciate the solidarity and the persistence. They are always there. One day you should come to the webinar with us so that we can hear from you. So thank you all for being there. Spread the word. I know you're trying to get us media. You're trying to get us more shares. So I appreciate you and I see you and I think I said hello to you today. So thank you.
I need to learn how to observe this. I still.
Oh, you have fans there, Nidal.
I do. YouTube. I need to go there. I had actually to delete the YouTube app from my phone yesterday because my
YouTube
thing
fans,
works.
yeah.
So I'm gonna go back and try again. Yeah, we persist. Never give up. Okay, 1 more minute, guys. We want to say 4:30. Yeah, 1 more minute. So should we sing سوف نبقى هنا? Yeah. Who's a good singer here? Where is Mason?
Where's Mason?
It's like almost midnight.
Yeah.
ISIS.
سوف نبقى هنا midnight. يلا.
Yeah, بنبقى هنا. It's like I'm here in spirit, singing maybe. Well, you
يلا.
start. You lead the
I don't
choir.
know. I don't know the words. I don't know the whole words.
How about I play a video of the song?
Video, yeah, give us a video, please. Yes, let's end with a video. سوف نبقى هنا. The one we did at the conference, that's actually was very nice.
I have a cold. I cannot sing. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, what's happening with your voice? You're sick, yeah?
Yeah, I'm not feeling good.
Salam.
I don't know. I think I found something
Okay.
I can play. Oh.
كي يزول سوف نبقى هنا كي يزول الألم سوف نحيا هنا سوف يحلو النغم موطني 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 ذا الإباء موطني 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 يا أنا رغم كيد العدا رغم كل النقم سوف نسعى إلى أن تعم النعم سوف نرنو إلى رفع كل الهمم بالمسير للعلا ومناجاة القمم فلنقم كلنا بالدواء والقلم كلنا عفو على من يصارع السقم فلنواصل المسير نحو غاية أهم ونكون حقا خير أمة بين الأمم
More?
Yeah, no, that's enough. Thank you. Because there's no translation. We don't want to torture them more with this.
No, I think I understand some of it.
What's that?
I understand a bit of it.
Yeah, I know. We have another one that's translated would be easier. Anar now showed up on camera.
For the next time, next week.
For the
I'll
next
have it
week.
queued.
It was
And-
so cool. I had to turn on the camera to fully participate. I can't understand. Beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for being with us. Thank you for our audience, not just on YouTube, our audience here in Zoom, because you are great too. And I want to balance the bias that Karama has for the YouTubers. I'm a Zoom fan. Thank you all, everyone who joined us. Please keep up the fight, but fight for the right reasons, for love, for justice, for you are muted, Karama. For love, for justice, for
Fight
humanity,
for
for
love,
equity. Yes, as Yipeng, I'm gonna steal it from you, Yipeng. We're gonna appropriate it, a DAG slogan now. So thank you. We'll see you next week.
Bye
Thank you.
bye.
Thank you.